So different elements of this course, we have warm-up and preparation, very important to learn how to take care of your body. We go into arm support, so basically that's learning how to hold yourself up in a very specific way so you can use the body's physical structure. Building strength and also building comfort upside down, because you do have to build comfort. The more comfort you build, the easier it is to add complexity, and getting upside down, it might be a new thing for you, so you have to spend time there. Learning to fall, super important. You can't learn to fly if you don't learn to fall. So learning to fall encourages safety, and it allows you the freedom to be able to focus on technique. We're going to accumulate some time upside down, so basically just getting inverted, getting comfortable there, and building enough time so that we're comfortable enough to add the complexity of balance. Then we're going to prime the hands for balance, and what that involves is developing a specific coordination that you're going to use when you actually get upside down. Then we're going to talk about the theory of balance, so how to balance, how it works, what actually happens in your body, and what the sensations feel like when you're in a handstand and controlling that position. Then introducing how to actually balance in practice. Theory is great, but eventually you're gonna have to get upside down and do it. So you're using the wall and you're coordinating the hands to control your body weight, and then you're gonna coordinate that to the process of actually falling. Then from there you get into freestanding handstand. So once you've done enough work on the wall, you understand the balance. The goal is to lose the wall. The wall is cool, it's a great tool, but eventually you don't want to use it, so you have to progress towards the freestanding handstand and learning how to do that. And then of course, how to save your balance. So you have certain degrees of control when you're in a freestanding handstand. When you start to fall out of it, instead of falling, you have different options to save it, and we are going to go through a few of those techniques. And then troubleshooting, common mistakes, things that you're going to see in your practice that are kind of common pitfalls a lot of adults experience. So what is my origin? What is my background? Well, I've done a lot of different things. I still continue to do a lot of different things because for me, it's just the physical arts in general are really interesting. It's like you have this body, and in reality, your body is your home. It's not where you live. It's not your house. It's not your apartment. You live within your body, so you want to develop it. I want to develop it, and I want to see more people just enjoy that process of developing control. So for me, when I started getting into it, I was about 16, 17, so kind of young adult, and I thought handstand would be a cool skill to learn. And my early kind of motivations, because there wasn't YouTube back then, there wasn't Instagram, there was no social media, but I read a lot of these old school strongman books, and these were guys who did all kind of different stuff. They were strong, they were healthy, and handstand was a big part of their practice. And it's just this body weight skill. It's this, I don't want to say ultimate body weight mastery, but it's a way that you can master and control your body weight that's very unique. And if you can do a handstand, you're within the 1%. Like, how many people do you know that can do a handstand? I don't even know that many, and I hang out with a lot of world-class athletes. So it's such a unique skill, and it's not that hard to learn. You do have to put in the work. You do have to actually show up, but anyone can learn it. But essentially, I've done a lot of different arts, and I've also been self-taught for a long time. So when I first started, I didn't have teachers. I didn't do gymnastics as a kid. It was a lot of basically what I'm going to tell you not to do. Kick up, fall over, try again. Maybe change something, maybe not. Sometimes you just throw shit against the wall until something sticks. Luckily, I was persistent enough that I managed to learn a handstand within a couple years, but I could have done that a lot faster. I could have done it a lot better if I was smarter about the process. So when I started teaching, it's one of those things that I try to think about. What can I tell people that I wish I would have known? What knowledge can I impart? And how can I change people's perspective to see the skill differently? Because I still see this all the time. If you just do the thing over and over again, you may learn it, you may not. As an adult, there's a lot less chance that you're going to learn it just by doing it over and over again. So you do the handstand, and then you figure out what are the elements that go into it. So in this course, we're going to talk about these different elements. There's the physical prerequisites, right? There's the flexibility, there's the basic strength protocols that you want to understand, basic conditioning, and then you have the elements that actually go into the handstand, which is the arm support, the inversion, the balance, the bailouts, and then developing all these different levels of control, but also doing that within isolation, right? So you don't want to just try to learn everything at once. That's a lot. You're probably not going to manage that. But if you can isolate and separate one thing at a time, develop this understanding of all the different pieces in the puzzle, when you piece it together, you can finally start to see the bigger picture. And the other, I don't want to say advantage, but the other kind of unique perspective that I have as a teacher is I wasn't a gymnast, right? I'm self-taught. I learned as an adult, and I learned by making a lot of mistakes. So through these mistakes, I developed a better understanding of the actual learning process, because you're probably going to make these mistakes too, and luckily I've made them. And what ends up happening is, let's say someone who was gymnast trained as a kid, nothing wrong with that. It's still a really good person to learn from, but when you learn as a kid, you can bypass a lot of this conscious learning process. You can kind of bypass a lot of these mistakes, and a lot of people who are gymnasts or are high-level athletes and have been doing that training since they were a kid, they can do the skill so well that a lot of times they can't explain it very well to someone who can't do it, because it's like, how do you explain breathing to someone who just developed lungs for the first time? You just kind of do it. So because it didn't come natural for me, it helped me a lot to get that perspective as a teacher, so I can show different people the process. The other advantage that I think I have as a teacher compared to other people is I have done a lot of different disciplines, and I still practice a lot of different disciplines. So if you only do handstands, you're isolated within that handstand world. That's cool. There's nothing wrong with that. But what if you're getting people who don't come from that world? You're going to get different people of different ages, different backgrounds. And if everyone is going to be learning the same way in that same protocol, some people are going to do better than others. So it's like, I want to be able to speak different languages and simplify the cues and simplify the instructions so that more people can understand it. And you have, it's not literal language, but it kind of is, right? Someone who comes from a dance background is going to be used to is getting coached differently than someone who comes from a CrossFit or weightlifting background, comes from a climbing background, yoga background, acrobat, whatever, right? So you're not going to give dancers imams and AMRAPs, and you're not going to give CrossFitters 5, 6, 7, 8, bop, 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 shoot, because these are all different languages that these different disciplines use. But what I'm trying to get into is, because I've done a lot of these different disciplines, I can help bridge that gap. And I've been all over the world. I've taught workshops in all kinds of different gyms, working with different athletes of all levels, of all kind of different background. And essentially what we're trying to do with this course is just simplify the process. What do you need to know in order to get your handstand, and what do you not need to know? Because a lot of physical disciplines, you're going to get there wanting to learn something, and you're going to have to wade through a lot of stuff that maybe isn't completely necessary because it's part of the art. So I want to cut all that. I want to trim the fat. I want to streamline it. I want to tell you, what do you actually need for the handstand? What's extra? What are potential paths that you can follow? But if you just want to keep it streamlined, you keep it focused, just get the handstand, focus on the handstand. It's a fantastic skill to learn. It's what ends up happening in the fitness world a lot of the time, and it's getting better, but there's this emphasis on physique. Nothing wrong with that. And there's the emphasis on the pump. There's also the emphasis on just doing movements just to do the movements, right? And get my heart rate up so I run. But what about focusing on running as a skill? It's a completely different protocol. So what I like about the handstand is, yes, it is a physical skill. There is a lot going on in terms of physicality, but it's also a technique. And the goal of the handstand is not to get bigger. It's not to get stronger, although these are all good goals, of course. It's to get better at the handstand. And when you have that understanding of skill, it completely changes your perspective. It completely changes how you focus on the handstand. So yeah, it's something that, to me, when I first saw that it was a possibility, I was like, yes, that's awesome. I want to be able to do that. Kicked up, fell on my back, did that for a year, right? Fell a lot of times because I didn't know the process. I didn't know how to learn it, and I didn't know how to deconstruct and reconstruct these different elements of the skill. But I just thought it was so cool. Like, you can hold yourself on your hands, and it's a skill that you can do. And then at another point in my journey is where it got interesting. The first time I saw somebody do a one-arm handstand in person, like I read about it in books. This was, again, before the days of YouTube, and I was actually a stagehand working at the theater in my college, and we had a Chinese acrobat troupe that came in, and that was the first time I saw people in person standing on one arm. And I was a couple years into handstands. I was the best person that I knew at handstands at the time, but I didn't realize the levels. And I saw these incredible athletes and acrobats doing that on one arm, basically as their warm-up. I was like, whoa, such a cool thing to practice, and there's no excuses, right? You have a floor, you have a surface. You got to show up. There's no magic pill, right? You can't take a steroid, get stronger, and all of a sudden you're better at handstands. It doesn't work that way. And it's one of the things that I call, the words I use are, it's a talent equalizer. So even the most talented people, yeah, they're still probably going to learn it faster than others, but you still have to put in the work. You can't just do it and get it. You have to be consistent, you have to show up, and you have to be honest with yourself. You have to actually challenge yourself in an appropriate way and find the steps of where you're at. So it is a practice that keeps you honest as well. And it's also this idea, like, why would you want to learn a handstand, right? Because some people ask that. I get this in the Instagram comments, the social media comments. Oh, well, it's not functional. Not functional for what? Right? Maybe it's not direct survival. So if you only did functional training, you should only hunt and build shelters, because those are the only things that are responsible for life. Learn a new skill. It's cool, but also, what's not functional about learning to control your body in a specific way, right? And ultimately, you don't need a reason. I think you don't need a reason to do anything. The reason to learn a handstand is because you want to learn a handstand. You don't need any more reason than that. You saw someone do it, you think it looks cool, try it, learn it. But there are, of course, other benefits. So you can build shoulder strength, you can build upper body strength and awareness. It's a really good conditioning movement. A lot of athletes use handstands as cross training. So even if you're not necessarily doing, right? So as a gymnast, for example, if you're a gymnast or a breakdancer, you're going to directly use handstands in the stuff you do. But a lot of martial artists, wrestlers, Olympic lifters, they'll use handstands as a cross training just to get better body control, just to get a different kind of strength. Right? Calisthenics athletes, of course, use handstands a lot, but it's a fantastic conditioning exercise. It's also really good. I found it useful to sometimes balance out the shoulders in a pulling dominant athlete. So someone who's a climber, just as a really good example, climbers do a lot of this, right? They pull in, they flex. So just this idea of opening the opposite way, I found that to be really helpful to balance out people's shoulders. So it's a skill that can be useful almost to have therapeutic benefits. And then, of course, there's the element of mental focus, right? Not only precise body awareness, but you have to be there. You have to focus. If you're not focused on the handstand, what's going to happen? You're going to fall. So this idea of shutting out your extraneous thoughts and actually being in the moment. And to some people, it can be almost a meditative thing. It's like a moving meditation. You get into your handstand, you can't be thinking about all these random thoughts, because if you're not there, you're going to fall. So it teaches you to focus on this technique. Another really interesting lesson is dealing with fear. So especially with adults, I get a lot of adults who are afraid to do a handstand. They're afraid to fall. They're afraid of the unknown. They're afraid to get upside down. So it can also build courage and confidence, getting over these fears and being able to do something. And then who knows, right? The handstand might lead to something else. Maybe overcoming the fear of the handstand can get you to do something that you've been afraid to do for years as well. So there are a ton of benefits. There are a lot of reasons why you would want to learn it. You don't have to, right? I'm not going to be the one telling you everybody should do a handstand because it's necessary. Not at all. But it's a cool thing to do. Takes a little bit of work, but I think it is worth it in the long term. It can be frustrating because it is a skill. Sometimes you're going to fail, but if you win at everything, what's the point? It's overcoming your failures over a long term that helps you to appreciate it more. So I appreciate the handstand and the journey that I've taken because I've failed a lot, because I've had days where I've fallen on my back over and over again, because I took years to just do the thing over and over again, learn the technique, realized my technique wasn't that good. Another really interesting experience I had, so my first few years didn't really have anyone to train with, so I was pretty much the only person I knew that did handstand. And my form wasn't the best, but I didn't have a camera either, so I didn't know. I was just doing it, right? And then I ended up working briefly with a guy who was a former Olympic gymnast, and this was an old Russian guy, and basically at 60 years old, he would just tear my handstand apart, like, no, Yuri, you do everything wrong. You cannot do like this. So I thought, who is this guy? You don't know who I am. But then I got humbled and I realized, yeah, this guy is so many levels beyond me. And it's another thing that you see depending on how deep you go into this world. There are levels, man, and there are levels that go way beyond what you think is complicated. So it's cool, it can build confidence, but at the same time it can be very humbling, because whatever level you think you are, there's probably a Chinese girl who is many times your level who's never posted a video on social media. But it's, again, kind of getting back to it. Handstand. It's a cool thing to get into. It's, right, the question is, why would you want to do a handstand? I would ask you, why can't you do a handstand? And the main reason why, quite honestly, is you haven't put the work in, right? It's easy to come up with excuses. Oh, my shoulders are stiff. I fell 10 years ago and I hurt my back, so now I can't do it. Is that really the excuse? Maybe. I don't know you. So maybe there's legitimacy to that, but usually the main reason somebody can't do a handstand is because they haven't tried properly and put in the work. So I encourage you to try, and hopefully with this course you have a good understanding of how you should try and how to challenge yourself appropriately so that you can continue to make progress. You still are going to make mistakes, right? You're still going to follow this journey where it's sometimes you take 2 steps forward, 1 step back. That's how it goes. You follow the path, you explore a little bit, but having a teacher helps. Having a path to follow really helps, because then you're not just shooting blind. You have a direction to go towards. And I still want to encourage you to explore and basically teaching yourself, but I'm giving you a little bit of guidance so you know which direction to go to. How long does it take to learn a handstand? This is a very common question, and I'm going to answer that with a riddle, with more questions, because how long should it take? Why are you so concerned with how long it's going to take, right? And I understand, but quite honestly, to learn it fast, it's not that big of a flex. Number one, if you set that constraint, you set that time frame, you may lower your standards in order to hit your goals. But also what ends up happening is your standards are going to go up as you keep learning it. So how long does it take to learn a handstand? It could be a few months. It could be the rest of your life, depending on how far you want to go, because what does it mean to learn a handstand? But realistically, it also depends on where you start. So I mentioned this. If I have, someone who's 20 years old and in shape and can train 5 or 6 days a week, they're probably going to make progress a lot faster than someone who's 55, has not been training, and only has time 1 or 2 days a week to train. So how much work can you put in? How well can you recover? What physical prerequisites have you already achieved before the practice? And again, what are your standards? Because to me, it's like every time I've reached a goal, I developed a deeper understanding of the skill to the point that I no longer was at the goal, because now I'm looking further ahead. So it's like I never really learned the handstand, because every time I got somewhere, I saw, oh, there's another step that I can take. So, but again, more realistic, it's not going to take you 30 days. It's going to take longer than that. A few months might be more realistic, a couple of years for some people. But again, I really don't have a solid answer for that, because it depends on so many factors. So just to give a perspective on my journey, It took me, I would say, about a year and a half before I was kind of holding a consistent static balance with not very good form, banana back, right, legs not completely straight. So about a year and a half into my own journey. When I started, I was already in decent shape, and I was young enough that I had the opportunity to train a lot. And I could have done that a lot faster if I would have known more things, but who knows, right? It still took another few years to refine that, another few years to refine it even more, another couple years to start getting into more advanced skills like one arm, which is a whole nother journey. So it could be a few months and then you learn what you want to learn, or it could be years, and for some people it's literally the rest of your life to learn a handstand. So yeah, there's no answer. The only solid universal answer I can give is whatever time frame you think you're going to learn it in, it's going to take longer. So as far as different teachers, different methods, I encourage you to learn from other teachers in whatever you want to do, because you're going to get different perspectives, right? I try to give different perspectives, but every teacher has their own language. Every teacher has their own approach. Some teachers are full of shit. Some teachers are really wise in some methods, and they kind of overlook other methods. But until you've worked with different teachers, it's like, how do you know? If you've only worked with one teacher and they tell you this is right, this is wrong, you haven't had the perspective, right? You haven't seen all there is to see. So for me personally, whatever I'm training, I like to work with different teachers, because sometimes different teacher has a different way of explaining it that could work well for some people, work well for others. And again, we're getting into kind of my approach. There's no right or wrong. This isn't right, this is wrong, but I have reasons behind the way I teach. So if you ask me, hey, why do you teach it this way? I'm going to give you a very precise reason. Now, if you ask that to a different teacher and they tell you, this is the way, don't question it. This is what my master taught me and his master before that, so this is how we do it. That's kind of a bullshit answer. Like, I think if you ask why, you should have a reason to do it. And again, some of the things that I suggest, I don't teach flexing my core. I don't teach flexing my glutes because I don't think it's necessary. Other teachers teach that and have a lot of successful students as well. Cool, great. If that's what works for you, fantastic. I have a way that I teach based on my experience, based on my own training, and I think that it works, and I don't think it's the only way to do it. And if something works for you, then keep doing it. And ultimately, it's just different perspectives, different context. Find your own way, find different ways to explain it, and continue along that journey. There's no right or wrong. There's no kind of black and white. This is what you should do. This is what you shouldn't do. If you work with a lot of different teachers, here's what you're going to find. There's going to be some overlap. There's going to be some differences. Find what you want to do, right? I encourage it, and a lot of disciplines that I've trained, they didn't like that. They want you to stay within the discipline. Don't train with somebody else. You have to learn this way because this way is the right way. I want to hear what other people have to say, and I want to figure out, right, who's full of shit and who isn't. What are the things you actually need to focus on, and where's the overlap? If you've only listened to one person, you don't have the same perspective. But if you've listened to multiple people teach the same thing, then you can kind of streamline and figure out, okay, what are the common ground elements between all of these different approaches? What are the different contextual differences? Because I'm not teaching handstand as a gymnast. If you ask a gymnast what a handstand should be, they're going to have a very specific answer. If you ask a breakdancer what a handstand should be, their answer is going to be completely the opposite of what the gymnast says. And guess what? They're both right. They're both amazing athletes. They're both doing their own things. Gymnasts doing a lot of things that breakdancers can't do. Breakdancers do a lot of things that gymnasts can't do. Who's right? Who's wrong? Same thing, part of my background is capoeira, so we do handstands there as well, but it's in a very specific way. So if gymnasts were to look at a capoeirista doing handstands, they would say, oh, this is terrible form, the body's too relaxed, the head's in the wrong place, the toes aren't pointed. If a capoeirista sees a gymnast doing a handstand, say, cool, I'll just kick you and knock you down. Who's right? Who's wrong? Nobody, because it depends on the context. It depends on the specific standards that you're putting. But if you get into the absolute, handstand is a handstand. Find your style, find the way that you want to do it. What I'm trying to teach in this course is just the simplest, streamlined way without any extraneous BS that you have to deal with. Here is the handstand. Here's what you need to know. Enjoy, and if you want to take that to your gymnastics or breakdancing class, you might have to make modifications. Cool, make those modifications. Okay, so what are the prerequisites? What should you have in order to learn a handstand? Honestly, if we're really getting down to it, can you put your arms over your head? If you can do that, you're good. You can start learning handstand. Does that mean that you shouldn't do anything else? No, not at all. But I want to demystify this. You don't have to be as strong as you think. You don't have to be as flexible as you think. Does all of that help? Yes, absolutely, 100%. But don't let that be a barrier to actually trying to do the thing that you want to do. Age is another one. I get this comment all the time. Oh, I'm too old to learn it. Who said? Right? This is literally anyone can learn it. Now you have to be realistic, right? If you're 55, is it going to take you longer to learn than a 20-year-old? Probably. You have to be realistic. Does that mean that you should just quit and not even try because you think you're too old? Depends, right? If you want to do it, you should do it. And age is honestly not a factor. You just have to be a little bit more clever, a little bit more careful with how you train. Be honest with yourself, of course. But yeah, age is not a factor. Arms over the head. The real joints that do the work in the handstand as far as actual strength is the shoulders and the wrist. There is strength involved, but again, it's less than most people think. You don't have to have massive shoulders. You don't have to be massively strong. It's about figuring out the technique to hold yourself. And it's just like standing on your legs, right? You don't have to have strong legs to get up and walk around. Are there benefits to having strong legs? Absolutely. But do you need that? Not at all. And again, you don't have to be able to squat up and down to be able to walk around, because it's a different kind of position, a different kind of technique, and it's the same with handstand. Yes, there is some strength that is required. You can build it from doing handstands. You can also specifically do it with conditioning exercises, but it's less than you think. If I had two people, let's say they were twins, so we're cutting out some variables, and they were both trying to learn handstand, and one of them was in pretty good shape, right? Let's say I could do 10 push-ups, had decent shoulder flexibility, worked out a couple times a week at least, and the other twin was sedentary, didn't do a lot of physical activity. Who do you think is going to learn a handstand faster? Of course, the one who's already in better shape. So I'm telling you, you don't have to be that strong, and this is absolutely true. However, you are at an advantage if you already have a certain amount of strength, body control, conditioning, right? We'll talk about core strength. It's less of a factor than you think, but if you have some strength and control there, it's good. Do you have to be able to do push-ups to do a handstand? Not at all, but if you can do like 10 push-ups or so, you're probably at an advantage. Different coordination, right? We're going to use the cartwheel a lot as a bailout, so it's like if you can do a cartwheel, it doesn't matter if you were a gymnast as a kid or not, but if you have the coordination to do it, you're at an advantage because you're going to learn to bail out faster and you're going to have a lot more confidence going up. So it's like the better shape you're in, the more coordination you have, you're setting yourself up for a quicker learning process because you don't have to deal with as many prerequisites. If you are completely new to the practice, there is a certain amount of conditioning that you do want to build in order to do the skill safely. Again, I'm a big fan of the earlier you can do the skill in a safe manner, the better it's going to be for you because you're not putting it on a pedestal, you're exposing yourself to it. But you do have to respect that conditioning. So there aren't really hard prerequisites, but right? If you can do things like push-ups, hollow holds, arch holds, basic core strength, cartwheels, some shoulder stretches, things like that, you are essentially giving yourself an advantage. If it's a race, you're giving yourself a couple head starts. So I guess the question is, why would you even warm up in the first place, right? It takes time. Is it worth it? There's a lot of questions to ask and there's no right or wrong answer, but the reality is yes. Especially if you're new to handstands, you should be warming up. An analogy that I like to use is, let's say you're a musician. Are you just gonna play your instrument, whatever it is? No, you're probably gonna tune it. And that tuning helps the instrument to sound better, which can help you reach your goals further. So yes, you should be warming up, and there's a lot of reasons why. One of the reasons is just for physical acclimation, right? When you're learning to handstand, you're putting new stress, new force on your body. Your body has to acclimate to that so you can get stronger, so you can understand in your body how to do this skill. If you warm up, it helps to speed up that physical acclimation process. It helps build flexibility, build strength, build resilience, and ultimately, the handstand, of course, it's going to be physical, technical, and psychological, but the faster you can get the physical prerequisites out of the way, the easier it's going to be to focus on the technique and the psychology. So if you're new to handstands, I recommend warming up every session. Wrists and shoulders are going to be the main thing that you want to warm up, especially wrists, because again, if you're an adult and you're new to the practice and you haven't done a handstand since you were 10 years old, because I hear something like that a lot, you want to warm up every time. It doesn't have to be this crazy warm up, but I recommend at least the first year or two of your practice, just warm up your wrists, warm up your shoulders. Take your time to do that. Take your time to assess. Take your time to understand how do your wrists feel from day to day. And also, once we get into the technique, the warm up is not just a physical warm up, but we're also building these fine-tuned, precise coordinations that are actually going to help your technique as well. So a lot of reasons to warm up. At an advanced level, maybe the handstand is your warm-up. I've seen that happen a lot. However, if you're still new to the practice, the handstand should not be your warm-up for the handstand. You should be doing some kind of warm-up. And also, we'll get into injury risk and how it happens. Acute injuries, where there's an impact or some kind of trauma, very rare in the handstand if you actually do it in a controlled manner like you should be. However, I've seen a lot of athletes, a lot of students just jump, slam themselves into the handstand, and then later on what happens, I hear, oh, I want to do more handstands, but my wrists hurt, I'm getting this wrist pain. Why do your wrists hurt? Is it because you're not warming them up enough? Maybe, because that is one thing that helps a lot, but also this idea of slowly ramping up the warm-up, ramping up the technique. So jumping into a handstand, went off on a little bit of a tangent, but it's okay. But it's this idea, yeah, if you're new to the skill, you want to tune the instrument, your body is now the instrument, you should be warming up. So the main focus for the warm-up that I use is going to be wrists and shoulders because these are the two most important joints. The shoulders are responsible for your structure, for holding up your body, so you have to make sure that they can handle the force, but also get you in a better position. And often with adults, one of the issues they have is overhead shoulder mobility, so that's something that we also want to improve as we work on our handstands. And wrists also super important for the handstand. The wrists are going to take all of your body weight, so you have to be aware of what's happening in the wrist, have that fine-tuned sensitivity, but also you want to build wrist strength. You want to build resilient wrist so that you can do the handstand safely, you can do it pain-free, you can recover easier, and then as you get better, you can start to ramp up your capacity. You can work on doing more handstands, more complex skills. There are other things we're going to focus on, but the wrists and shoulders are going to be the two priorities because those are the two things that are 100% responsible for how well you can hold your handstand. And wrists especially, I spent a lot of time focusing on wrists because when I started, one of the things I noticed is a lot of the common knowledge came from gymnastics, which usually they were coaching kids. Kids don't need a ton of warm-up. Adults probably need more because they're not going to adapt as fast to the stresses that are placed on them, but also it's new. And if it's new, you want to spend a little bit more time, give the joint a little bit of love. So I do a really thorough wrist warm-up. You don't have to do everything that I do. I don't even do everything that I do every time I train, but I'm giving you a lot of options. And one of the things that I've heard a lot in workshops, because I do this really long wrist warm-up, is usually my wrists would hurt when we do handstands, but today they feel okay. It must have been because of the warm-up. So hopefully I'm doing something right here, but yeah, this is where most of the focus is going to be within the warm-up, as the wrists and the shoulders. So we're going to actually do the warm-up. First thing I'll do is shoulders, and then we'll do wrists last. And the reason that I do this is when I was training, I don't have good circulation to my hands, so my wrists would actually cool down faster. So I'd always do wrist as close as possible to the actual handstands. So shoulders, the main mobility that we're looking at, that's important. Don't worry if you don't have it 100%. You need to be able to put your arms up over your head, obviously, because you're in a handstand. So if your arms only go up to here, don't worry about handstands yet. There's other priorities. If your arms are over your head, you're good. You can start doing handstands, but it's still something you may want to improve. So first exercise, really simple. Lock the elbows, reach, get as tall as possible, and then just let them drop. And we'll do a few of those. I don't necessarily count when I do it. If you want to do between 5 and 10, something like that, it's perfect. Reach, couple seconds hold, and relax. And the visual here is I'm just getting taller. I'm trying to find whatever's on the top of my refrigerator. Hold and drop. And one of the things we're looking for is this angle. So can I get my arms in line with my body going backwards? And then the other thing to keep aware is, can I get my arms shoulder width? Because people who are struggling with shoulder mobility, it's going to be either a closed shoulder angle, I'll talk about that later, or it's going to be the arms too wide or the elbows bent, or a combination of those. So here, just reach, hold, relax, let it drop, let it relax. I'll talk about body tension as well, but we don't need to have full body tension necessarily in the handstand, but there is a certain amount of tension in certain places that you will have to have in order to hold it safely and steadily. The shoulders are the most important because they're actually going to hold you up, but I don't want you to think of it as a strength exercise either. So just lift, hold, relax, and then we're going to do the same thing only with the shoulders. So engaging the traps, I'm going to lift, basically try to crush your neck in your shoulders. Hold for a couple seconds, relax, let it drop. Do a few contractions like that. This cue of push, I'm probably going to say that a lot throughout this course. When you push, you want to push the floor away. It's going to be really important in the handstand. And one of the reasons is that when you're in the handstand, gravity wants you to do this. So you have to do this in order to counteract that. How much you do it is up to you. There's a lot of discrepancies there. But basically, this motion of pushing through the shoulders is going to be a really important concept, and also something you're probably going to have to remind yourself to do a lot until it becomes your norm. Then from here we can also do shoulder circles. So just drawing a circle with my shoulder blades, rolling, rotating, basically for any upper body, especially calisthenics movement, the positioning of your shoulder blades is really important. With handstands, we're mainly going to be working with elevation, which we just did, and then protraction, which is rotating the shoulder blades forward like this. How much? Again, it depends on the technique, it depends on the preferences, it depends on the person. But then if you get into more advanced skills like planche, press, handstand, stalder press, again, this control of how you move your shoulder blades and where you position them is going to be super important. So also really helpful in the warm-up. Next exercise, we're going to go back to the arms. We're going to do some slow arm circles. There's different variations of the arm circles, and we're going to do them. So for this one, I don't want any rotation of the body. We're going to do a few on each side, and I want you to focus on keeping the elbows straight and trying not to move anything other than the shoulder joint. It may be a little bit humbling. It might look like this. Whatever your range of motion is for these, forwards and backwards, just try to be completely strict. And again, I'm not a by the numbers guy, so if you want to give yourself a number, 5 each side, 10 each side. But this one is going to be just slow, controlled, moving only through the shoulder, Make sure you're working both arms, of course. And then one thing that I'll remind you as well, but it's something you want to keep in mind during the warm-up, is if you notice a discrepancy from side to side, if one side feels noticeably different than the other, this is normal. None of us are symmetrical. It just, life doesn't work that way. But those little asymmetries might show up in your handstand as well. You might favor one side, you might tilt a little bit, and it can come from a lot of places, and knowing is half the battle. So if you understand what stretches feel different from side to side, you can start to understand more about your body. Because ultimately it's your body. I can't tell you how it feels in your body, I can tell you how it feels in mine. And I know there's certain exercises where I can feel, hey, my shoulders are uneven, my elbows are uneven. I don't have the same wrist flexibility on both sides because of past injuries. It happens, it's life. You do what you can, but knowing what those restrictions are is a really important step to overcoming them. So next exercise, same arm circle, but now it's a little bit more loose. Notice now I'm rotating through my back and through my hips, and what this allows me to do is just draw a bigger circle in the arm. As far as stretching, I think I like to work in paradoxes a lot, basically. So it's good to be able to do a movement completely strict, but also understand why these integrations happen. Why does your body rotate when you move your arms? You might call them compensations. I don't think compensation is a negative thing necessarily, because your body is really clever at making solutions for a movement it doesn't necessarily have. Depending on your standard in handstand, again, we can get as strict as you want. I can coach you as if you were a professional acrobat or a competitive gymnast, or I can coach you maybe if you're just an adult who wants to learn the skill for fun. And it's not going to be the same standards, but it's good to understand what standard you actually want to have in your training. Last variation of the arm circle we're going to do, this one is a dynamic flexibility, so I call this one the air guitar. And basically the way I think about this is my arm is not engaged at all. It's actually my body that's moving my arm, so my arm is dead right now. It's like a rope, and I'm basically making this centrifuge. I can feel the blood from my arm pool into my hand, which is good. We want that blood flow, we want that circulation. And one of the reasons why I like to go back and forth between the strict and the loose stretching is when you actually do your handstands, I don't want you to take it too seriously. And you'll actually find that you do better within the skill if you don't take it seriously. So there's a level of that. You want to have standards, but also understand you're going to fail a lot as you do it. If you let your failures get to you, it's going to be much more frustrating over practice. So it's the same thing with stretching. Strict with some exercises, loose with others. Shake it out. We're going to do a couple more. So this one's for the elbows. I like to do this one as part of my just morning mobility routine. What I'm doing, it's like I'm skipping a rock, but I'm trying to get this nice reverberation in my biceps. So the focus is on the elbow. One of the things that makes the handstand really unique is you're actually going to want to lock your elbows out fully. Again, there are discrepancies because not everyone's elbow structure is the same, but it's this idea when I stand on straight legs, I don't have to use a lot of muscular energy because my skeleton is doing the work. You want that on your arms as well, but it's a little bit less intuitive, so you have to train your body to do that. So next thing we're gonna do is just straighten your elbows out as far as you can. You can do different positions. Basically see what your elbow extension is, how far can they go. If we get really advanced in the handstand, having a little bit of hyperextension is actually an advantage. For a basic two-arm handstand, it's probably not going to make a huge difference. If you get into a lot of one-arm progressions, it actually does. But basically, if you straighten out your elbow and it only goes to here, no worries, but we're going to try to get as straight as possible because it is one of those rare skills where this does make a huge difference. So making sure get that elbow nice and straight, and then we'll do just a couple more basic shoulder exercises. So I call this one drawing the sword. This is my nemesis. Back is too big. It's basically you're trying to make your hands touch. So one arm is external, one arm is internal, like this, switching back and forth. Just really nice overall shoulder warm up. And then one other one that I like is, I call this one ringing the towel. So you're gonna have both your arms to your sides. One arm is external rotation as far as you can, other arm is internal. And you're gonna switch back and forth. Maybe it's not a super handstand specific movement, but it's one that your shoulders feel good after doing it. So rotate, go fast, can go slow, but it should be controlled. Find that rotation. And then last movement we're gonna do for the shoulders. Again, also not super handstand specific, but it's just a good one to do. So I call these the ghost throws. I've got a ball in my hand. It's an invisible ball. I'm gonna throw it overhead. And I'm using my whole body to do this. I'm staying loose. There's a lot of shoulder stuff happening when I do this, a lot of rotation, huge range of motion, but also notice I'm using my hips, I'm using my whole body. Again, this is not a handstand specific drill. In fact, most hand balancers are probably not very good at throwing. I'm not very good at throwing either, but I like to do the movement because I think it's a fantastic warm up. So stay loose, get the whole body engaged. I'm doing both sides. I'm guessing you probably did your dominant side first, as did I. It's good to do both sides for coordination. It's another theme that we're gonna explore a little bit in the handstand. Not necessary, but it's good for the brain. One more. And then last thing we're gonna do, this isn't necessarily for shoulders, but it is a cue that we're gonna use later on. So it's the chest and the rib cage. Depending on how much of a straight line you want in your handstand, this is also gonna be really important. So just understanding how to control the ribs. So I have ribs in and ribs out. What I'm just thinking of is the sternum moving forwards and backwards. And how does this movement feel in my body to do? Because if I'm also trying to prep people for cues, and basically if I cue you to do this standing up, it's probably not that difficult. But what if you were upside down and I told you to do the same thing? Are you gonna have the same coordination? Probably not. So just remember what it feels like. You can try the same thing in this vertical arms overhead position. Just understand this. We'll get into alignment later on. You don't have to have the perfect straight line to do a good handstand, to get to a high level in handstands, but it's something that you can pursue if you wish, depending on your standards. And if you do really want to get into that straight line handstand, basically what you want to think is the shoulders open and at the same time the ribs in. And we'll do some more work with that in the alignment section, but it's something you can think about now. It's not just the shoulders, but it's the combination of the shoulder movement and the spine movement that really creates that straight line. And then next, we're just gonna get into wrists. Wrists and shoulders are the most important. Again, it's not that there isn't other stuff going on in the handstand, it's that these are the primary factors that are often restrictions for people that you need to spend time on. So first thing I'll do with the wrist is shake them out, keep them loose. We're gonna build enough wrist tension basically just from doing the handstand, so it's good to stay loose, shake them out. And a lot of times I'll be doing some of these wrist stretches or shoulder stretches also in between sets, because we'll get into it later on. In between sets during your rest periods are also a good time to include some basic mobility, especially if you want to stay loose, stay warm, if it's maybe a weakness for you that you need to work on. Next thing I'm going to do is interlock my fingers. Just move them around, roll. Try both sides for coordination. I can go fast. I can slow it down. I can add resistance by squeezing my fingers a little bit. Got the wave. Nice little dance move. Trying to find that articulation between the fingers and the wrist and trying to separate that. And then this exercise is one that I call the handcuff. So our wrist joints are glued together and we're gonna do some rotations. And as we rotate, we're gonna try to keep both of those wrist joints connected. keep it moving. And again, I'm not thinking of how many reps I'm doing. I'm going by feel. So when it feels like I've done a few and I've accomplished something from that, then I move on to the next exercise. How many you do is up to you. If you're new to the practice, you probably want to do more than less. As you get better, you can understand how much of a warm-up you need, but it's better to, if you're new to handstands and you're not sure how much capacity your body has towards being upside down and being on your hands, it's better to do more warm-up. Just take that extra time. So next movement, we're gonna do, I call it the prayer press. I'm gonna clasp the hands together, fingers extended, and push into my palms and try to find that angle where I get a little bit of a stretch. I can do movements at different angles, and then I can also go right here. So not everyone can do this, and it's an interesting thing that I learned through my teaching, but also what I found, if you have this flexibility, this 90 degrees between your fingers and your wrist, it's better. It's actually better for handstands. I'll explain why later. It's because of how you grip the floor. If you don't have that, it's not a big deal at all. It's not a restriction, but something to play with and assess is whether you have that 90-degree finger to wrist position. Shake them out again a little bit. Next exercise is a good one for blood flow and for also understanding how to create and how to dissipate tension in the body. So it's going to be a death grip. I'm going to take my hands, make a fist, and then squeeze, hold, create tension in the body, and then let it go. Again, real good for blood flow. I also actually use it as a test to see how awake I am, kind of the charge of your nervous system. So if you have a baseline kind of grip strength, that's a really good way to test how awake you are, or if you're doing a heavy lifting session, basically how primed you are towards being able to actually lift heavy. Really interesting way to assess yourself, but also just body control. And the other thing that you want, not super specific for handstands, but for general athleticism, how quickly can you go from 0 tension to 100% tension and back? So how quickly within your body, how much control do you have to be able to go from nothing, create full body tension, and then let that tension go and dissipate that tension. And again, this is not necessarily for handstands, but it's helpful for pretty much any athletic endeavor. The best athletes are the one that can go very easily from 0 to 100 and back. So very, very important, maybe not necessarily exercise, but very important concept. So next, we're gonna actually put our hands on the floor. Interface with the floor is going to be very important. First thing we're going to do is not even full body weight, but what I'm doing is walking back and forth from hand to hand. And what I'm doing, if you can see, I'm not doing this. It's not a hoof. It's more like a cat's paw where I'm articulating. I'm going from the fingers into the knuckles of the hand, all the way through to the heel of the hand. And I'm starting, so I'm on my knees, which means it's very easy to control how much weight I have on my hands. I'm starting light. I don't need to go 100%. This is a warm-up, so I'm slowly ramping up how much weight I put on the hands. But you'll find this coordination applies to cartwheels, it applies to the kick to handstand, it applies to handstand walks. When you do those as well, it helps you be softer. Because I see a lot of people, a lot of students put unnecessary impact on their bodies by doing this whole thing at once. You don't need that kind of impact, especially if you're just doing basic skills. You want to be as soft as possible. So this rolling through is very helpful for when you transition from the feet into the hands. The next exercise from here, we're going to lean forward. So basically in the handstand, you want to be completely vertical, a vertical line from the middle of your hand or the heel of your hand where you put the weight all the way through your arm into your shoulder. However, you do want to experience this forward lean. So essentially from that vertical position, how far can you go forward? And when you do this exercise, very important, a lot of people want to do this. This is a natural reaction. I'm bending my elbows to take pressure off the wrist. But because we're warming up, I actually want pressure on the wrist. I want to put a controlled pressure into it so I can acclimate to that. Because if I'm here in my handstand, I don't want this to be my end range. I don't want this to be my limit. I want to be able to go forward because we are going to use that in balancing in movements like presses or planche, but also the more versatility you have in different positions, the more it's gonna help you be comfortable there. So for me personally, I don't like to sit still when I do stretches. If I was to only be here, I don't feel that I'm getting the same benefit, but I'm gonna roll around. I'm gonna explore different positions because again, it might feel different from one side to the other, and you might not even know that until you actually move around and explore. So same thing when I'm teaching classes, it's not right or wrong, but I'm personally not a fan of the militaristic, everybody has to do the same thing. For me, it's more about I'm giving you a concept, and you take that concept and you explore it because you're gonna discover some things within that that you may not know about yourself, and I can't really tell you that. So just exploring back and forth, different angles, keeping the elbows straight, and then we're gonna do a little bit of traction. So basically what I'm gonna do is put one hand in the middle, second hand goes on top, and I'm pulling that back hand. So the bottom hand is being pulled upwards, and essentially I'm creating this force that's opening up the wrist and creating more space, and it allows me to lean forward more, and also feels good. And same thing as before, I'm rotating. I'm always exploring different angles. It's very rare that I'll be static in a stretch unless I know it's the final position that I'm working on. I'm not saying that you have to be like me. You don't have to move as much as me. I'm just not good at sitting still. But if you only sit still, there are certain benefits that you are going to be missing. So go ahead and do the other hand. Right hand is down in the center. Push into the base. Lean forward. Pull a little bit with that bottom hand. Roll. Rotate through. Play with the angles. Explore. And what you'll start to notice, for me it's a lot more noticeable. My hands will start to get red, so I'm getting this awesome blood flow, which is going to help with healing, it's going to help with recovery, it's going to help with that physical acclimation process, and because I don't have good circulation in my hands, it's going to help keep feeling in my fingers on a cold day, which sometimes can be an important thing. So next, we're gonna do some wrist push-ups, a little bit of strength. Again, you don't wanna go full out with this strength, and we'll get into balance. The strength is important, but essentially the better your actual technique is, the less strength you have to use, but you still wanna have that strength and resistance. So first wrist push-up we're gonna do, it's a flexion, and we're pushing through the knuckles of the hand. So from the heel into the knuckles. Again, I'm on my knees. If I want to make it heavier, I can lean more weight into the hands, but also I'm warming up, so I don't really want to, I want to give the forearms and wrists a controlled amount of stress, but I don't want to overdo it because I still have a handstand practice to get to, right? So do a few of these guys, wrist push-ups, and then we're gonna do another variation of this. So instead of pushing through the knuckles, we're gonna push through the fingers, and you can change the angle to hit different fingers. Another variation of this one that I like to do that's not super handstand specific, but it's still nice, is the push and flick. So I'll flick through the fingers and then roll down, just like we did earlier in the warm-up. So push, flick, roll, and shake it out again. Let the hands be loose, and we're gonna keep going. So next exercise, we are going to internally rotate both hands, and for this one you want this part of your elbow, not the pit but the back, to face forward as far as you can. This one is gonna look very different for a lot of different people. And again, I'm exploring, it's a new position. We're not gonna be doing handstands like this for the most part, but some of the more advanced skills, you may be experiencing these internally rotated positions. So just versatility, the more angles you have access to, the more versatile you're gonna be, the easier it is to do the basic stuff that doesn't go through these extreme positions. So here, in order to experience a more complete rotation, I'm gonna go one arm at a time. So one arm I can rotate a little bit further by twisting my shoulders. I block that hand off with the other hand. I straighten the elbow, and then I unwind and twist back the way I came from. And essentially what I'm doing is putting myself in a wrist lock. slowly, controlled, and I want to experience. I feel it throughout this line. You may not feel it in the same place as me, but I'm going to do the other hand. So hand down, straighten the elbow, block it off, rotate. You can go pulses. You can really experiment with how you go back and forth and do this, but it's just to experience different sensations. And again, put your wrists in these maybe compromised positions, but you're doing it with control. And as you do that, you're going to build strength, flexibility, versatility, and ultimately, the better your wrist conditioning is, the easier it's going to be to learn the handstand, to progress in the handstand, because a lot of your handstand is dependent on exactly what's happening in your wrist. So shake the hands out, relax again, and then I'm going to turn the fingers out to the sides, and same idea, rolling back and forth, rotating, figuring out what it feels like in these different angles, assessing kind of different sensations. How does it feel in your body? Understanding the difference between pain and discomfort. We'll get into that as well. But pain it's a really interesting topic because there's not really a way to quantify it. It depends a lot on your own personal experience. So eventually you're also going to have to figure out the difference between pain and discomfort, and when something is potentially about to go wrong versus this is a discomfort I feel that when my body adapts, it's going to become comfortable. So I like to do some contractions in this position. So I'm going to go all the way over as far as I can with a flat hand. Push my fingers down into the floor, hold for a couple seconds, relax, release, let it go further. And then I can also try, this one's a bit extreme, but essentially I'm trying to activate my wrist extensors, but in that extreme stretched position, because I don't want to go off too much on a tangent for flexibility, but essentially, even in these extreme end ranges, I still want to have resistance. I still want to have enough control within my body that I can push against the stretch with power, and I can still activate the extensors and activate that same muscle group that's being compressed. So again, shake it out. In between, we're going to do one more exercise on the palm of the hand, and then we're going to flip the hands over to get into the extensors as well. So this time, elbow pits facing forward, fingers facing towards you. Roll, lean back and forth, play around, explore the different angles. Just to figure out, again, where you feel it, how you feel it. A couple variations of this exercise that I like. The first one is I can just do pulses with straight elbows like this. I can do rotations, and then this one, depending on how much grip work you've been doing lately, can be especially brutal. So I let the heel of my hand come up like this, and then I gently reach my elbows to the ground, and this one can be a very intense stretch on the forearm and finger flexors, but feels really good depending on, I guess, your perspective on pain. But all of these are really useful exercises. So again, relax, shake the hands out, and then we're going to do back of the hand. And for the back of the hand, it's not necessary, but I do recommend a softer surface because it's not about being tough, it's about where you feel it. So if you have like a yoga mat that you can fold up, if you have a kneeling mat, something softer, it's going to make these exercises a little bit more comfortable. So I'm on a panel mat now. And let me just be clear, once we get into the practice, this is not actually the surface that you want to train your handstands on. The reason that I'm using a softer surface is because we're about to spend a lot of time on the back of our hands. These are very useful stretches. However, if you do them on a completely hard surface, you're going to feel it in your bones, which may not be where you actually want to feel the stretch. So this is one of the only concepts that I do actually recommend having a softer surface for. Doesn't have to be a panel mat. Again, you can fold up your yoga mat a couple times. At home, you can get one of those kneeling mats that are basically a similar density to this, but are a lot smaller, take up less space. But essentially what I'm gonna do is explore the other side of the hand, get into the wrist extensors. Even though we're not going to be doing handstands like this, still very important to stretch and prepare the wrist in all angles. So the first thing that I'm doing is, again, just exploring different positions. So if I have, for example, a clock on each hand, I just spend a little bit of time in every hour of that clock. Take this one slow. If it's a new movement to you, you should be going a lot slower than me. Very gentle, very deliberate. Obviously, this is a compromised position for the wrist. So show control, show discretion where necessary. And then next exercise, pretty interesting. Again, go slow with it. So what I'm gonna do is use my knees to basically massage my palm. So the muscles on my palm, I'm gonna walk back and forth using the knees for pressure. This is also something that's just not gonna feel good on a hard floor, regardless of how tough you are. So another reason why sometimes it's good to have a soft surface for this warm-up. Not completely necessary, but I like this exercise. I like the way it feels. Another thing I can do with this knee support is pull back. So I'm locking my hand down with the weight of my knee and then just pulling and getting a nice stretch for the wrist extensors. And again, shake it out a little bit. We're gonna get into some more fairly intense stretches. So we did these guys. So next one, this one really hits the line of the extensor. Also fantastic, not even for handstands, but if you're doing a lot of heavy grip work. So order is very important. I'm gonna do back of the hand down, elbow slightly bent. I'm gonna curl my fingers in, and with my second hand, I'm gonna take the fingers and fold them over. So I'm already feeling this. Where and how you feel it may not be congruent with where I am, but you're gonna feel it somewhere, hopefully. And as I fold my fingers across, I'm slowly extending that elbow from the bottom. And then what I can do is, again, move, play with rotation. This feels fantastic. This is very intense. This is also very intense, but in a different way. So again, exploring. And I'm not trying to make necessarily a fist with the bottom hand. You can play with it, but I'm actually trying to fold my fingers across. Now, if you don't have access to a softer surface, you can also do it on your leg, and you can still get that same effect, that same benefit. So very powerful stretch for the wrist extensors. And on the other side, so back of the hand, fingers curled in, push them down, and then with control, slowly straighten. And as you straighten, explore, roll back and forth. This right here, this elbow rotation, allows you to get into some very interesting angles. Keep it moving, or don't keep it moving, up to you. I'm always gonna keep moving, but that's just how I operate. The next thing we're gonna do is the wrist push-ups from here. So slow with these, try to be controlled. You're gonna roll and then come up on the knuckles. So you're getting this wrist flexion to extension, like that. And again, I'm on my knees, so I'm controlling exactly how much weight is on my hand. I don't need to go heavy with this. Later on, you can work up a little bit more weight. Up to you how far you want to go with it. There's a couple other variations. So this one's interesting where I go in and out. Again, controlling the weight, but enough weight that it's challenging. It's not weightless, but it's not heavy to the point where I collapse, because you don't want that either. It's a very fine line because you're doing injury prevention by putting yourself in these compromised positions, but if you go too much, too fast, too soon, it can injure you. Right? How does the saying go? The dose makes the poison. So go slow with these. Here's another variation that's pretty interesting where I add this finger extension. Again, monitoring how much weight I put on my hands. Wrist push-ups, and then a couple other variations. So we can go radial ulnar deviation on the wrists, on the knuckles. not super specific to floor handstands, but if you ever do handstands on T-bars, you're basically going to use this movement for balance. So it's just another thing that you can do to build strength and control and resilience in different angles. And then a couple other random exercises that I find useful. So this one I call the blade roll. And you're going to start with your shoulders a little bit behind the hands. And then what we're doing is pushing down and rotating through that inside and outside blade of the hand. So this is what it looks like when I have no weight in my hands. It's not that useful, but if I'm always pushing down the whole time, I'm hitting a lot of different angles in the wrists and really building good strength and control in these different positions. So that's the blade roll, and then a couple more exercises that I like to do. And basically the theory of all this, I'm giving you a lot more exercises than you probably need. If you want to follow along with this whole sequence, that's fantastic because you will get a lot out of it. You don't need to do all of this every time you train, but you should be doing something. And just for reference, my own training, I might warm up my wrists between 2 and 10 minutes, depending on how I feel that day, depending on how warm I am, what skills I'm working, what I'm trying to do. So that's an assessment that I make as well. And I'm using a lot of these exercises, but I'm not doing all of these exercises every time I train either. However, I want to give you tools to work with and different variations and different concepts to explore. So just a couple more wrist exercises. So these, I actually don't have a good name for them, but essentially what I'm doing is I'm circling. So I'm doing these wrist circles, but as I'm pushing into the floor, I'm drawing a circle of pressure through the outside of my palm. So it's really interesting for wrist and forearm strength, but also for this specific coordination, because one thing that we are going to get into very soon as well is that not only the strength required for balance, but also the specific coordination and connection with your body that you have to make these balancing corrections when you are actually upside down. So yeah, shoulders, there's more warm-up, of course, that you can do, but the shoulders and wrist are the priority, and I think for me the number one priority is the wrist, because let's say, for example, your legs aren't warmed up, your shoulders aren't 100% warmed up, you can still probably do a handstand without that. If your wrists are cold, your body is immediately going to sink and come from that. Your body is not going to want to do a handstand if your wrists are not warm. So understand your wrist. Give them a bit of extra love and attention, probably more than you have in your life, regardless of what sport you do. Strong hands and wrists are really important for handstands, but also for a lot of other things that you do. So as I mentioned, you don't have to do all of these exercises every time you train, but if you follow along with the sequence, your wrists are going to get stronger. They're going to get stronger in less time than they would if you only did handstands, and it's going to help you a lot with your handstand practice, because ultimately, in terms of physical prerequisites, you want to get that out of the way as soon as possible. If I'm training someone who's new to do a handstand, if they're already in good enough shape that they meet the physical prerequisites, that's fantastic, because then I can focus on the technique. If someone doesn't have the strength and resilience yet to be able to do the technique, then it's going to take more time and it's going to take more body conditioning. So just keep that in mind. Give your wrists some love, give your shoulders some love, and then we'll get into the handstand technique. So there are also a few exercises you can do against the wall to help understand the shoulders, to help basically assess what your position is, what your restrictions are, and if you want to achieve a straighter line. The wall is also really good for that because the wall is a straight line, so you can use that to coordinate your body. But essentially we did this, right? The arms overhead, and typically one of the compensations that people make is maybe opening up the chest, using the spine to kind of cheat that shoulder extension. So one exercise you can do against the wall that's also just a really good assessment for how well your shoulders work in that overhead position is like this. I have my feet a little bit in front of the wall, and the first thing I'm doing is flattening my back. So I have curves in my back. You probably do too. Pretty much we all do. So I'm using the wall as a ruler to create a straight line. So now my back is completely flat to the wall because notice I can't put my hands underneath when I flatten that. Then from there what I'll do is take my arms straighten the elbows out, and I try to hit that overhead position, shoulder width, without changing anything about my body. Now this exercise, it's harder than it looks. It's deceptively harder than it looks, because what ends up happening when a lot of people do this is they might lose the chest position. They might go either elbows bent or arms wide, and that's very standard because I can't see my arms anymore, so I don't have a reference of how wide they are. But what you really want is straight arms and then pushing all the way back. And here you can do it for pulses. You can do it as a hold. You can play with actually extending and pulling in. You can go wide and coming back. It's not a drill that's absolutely necessary, but it's really good for developing an understanding of what that straight line is and how to create it in your body, or how far away from it you are and what restrictions in your shoulders you have. So really fantastic, active shoulder flexibility drill. Not easy. Try to get shoulder width, try to get straight elbows. And there's a few more variations that you can do with the wall as well. Another thing, just standard stretching protocol. So we didn't do a lot of that in the basic warm-up, but just open shoulder stretches are gonna be helpful, especially if you're one of those people who are lacking shoulder mobility, have trouble getting all the way open. You can use the wall for that, and I'm just leaning into it. I can play with the angle. Again, I'm moving around a lot, so I can play with rotation. If I go this way and lean in, I can get into the lats. I can do some pulses. I can play with how much weight I put into the hands and pulse like that. I can add some spinal extension, rounding the back. So again, play with the concept. There's no right or wrong way to do this, because a lot of times what I like to include in a warm-up, and you can do this as well, is kind of go back and forth. So you have the active drills, and then you have these drills where you're a little bit more relaxed and getting into the range of motion, and those are actually really good to do in sequence with each other. And one other variation, this one is maybe not as specific to the regular handstand, but I actually use it as a press handstand drill, but it's also just fantastic for upper trap strength. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm maybe a foot from the wall, 1.5 feet. I'm gonna fall back into the wall, and I'm gonna catch myself with my arms. And I'm not trying to do a back bend, I'm trying to stay relatively straight. So what I'm doing here is I'm falling into the wall. If I let go of my hands, I do actually fall, and I'm holding myself up by basically doing a reverse plank, basically pushing my shoulders back into flexion. It can be very intense on the traps, but it gives you this understanding that even at my end range, I can still push in that direction. And if you want to make it even more difficult, you can slowly lower down up onto your upper back and then push. And again, this exercise, we're not trying to do a back bend, so I'm not trying to be balanced. I'm actually trying to fall, hold, push back, just another level of how strong your upper traps are and how good your overhead push is. Another variation against the wall. So I can go like this. It's basically going to be actually a very similar cue to a chest wall handstand, which we're going to do later on in the course. So standing flat to the wall, my head's going to be up, looking at the ceiling, and what I'm trying to do is to touch my upper chest to the wall. It doesn't actually have to touch. It's more about the intention of that, and that's going to look like this. So you can see what happens is that flattens my back. Even if I'm not directly touching the upper chest, that movement flattens my back and creates that straight line. And then from there, I can try to lift the hands off like this, and making sure that I'm lifting straight back and not out like that. But basically just different ways to use the wall to help open your shoulders and to help create that understanding of what a straight line is. I've mentioned this before, and I'll mention it again. You absolutely do not need to do a straight line handstand to be successful at handstands, but it's a nice standard to have. If that's something you care about, there are very specific ways to work on it, and this is one of those methods that's gonna help you. So it's a good way to assess that and get into it before you actually use the wall to go upside down. Okay, so injury prevention and handstands, or rather, what is the risk of injury? Because a lot of people are gonna say, oh, I don't wanna do that because I might get hurt. The reality is, and I can say this with confidence, the actual injury risk of handstand practice is pretty low. compared to a lot of other sports. However, it depends on how you train. So you have to respect the progressions, you have to respect the long-term process, you have to respect the physical acclimation, and you have to slow down, right? So acute injuries in handstands are pretty rare, but they do happen because sometimes people want to just jump and do this dynamic entry where they're putting all this impact in your body that they may not be ready for. We'll talk about learning to fall. So sometimes people lose control in their handstand because they go too fast and they fall and they crash and burn, and it might hurt the body. More likely it hurts the ego more than the body, but then it can cause some psychological restrictions. Wrists, so long-term process. A lot of people get hurt not from acute injuries, but because they go too fast over the long-term process. If you're new to handstands, you don't need to be starting with a 2-hour practice every day. So you have to slowly acclimate to how much capacity you have and how much you can build. And that takes patience. You have to do the warm-up, and you have to kind of log the sensations. You have to figure out what it feels like. And if my wrists are feeling stiff for the day, maybe I'll do less volume. Maybe I don't have to push it, because I understand for the long term, if I push certain things when I'm feeling different kinds of pain and discomfort, it might set me back further than if I just hold back for that day. So injury risk is honestly pretty low, but you have to respect a lot of these factors. You have to respect going slow and controlled within the actual movements. You have to respect exit strategy and making sure that you can fall and bail out safely when you're doing this move. And you have to respect, again, that long-term physical acclimation. If you haven't done a handstand in 30 years, since you were 10 or whatever, you don't need to be jumping into this crazy practice. You need to be slowly dipping your feet in the water, getting a little bit deeper, and taking the time to build that up slowly instead of trying to do too much too fast. So in conclusion, you shouldn't get hurt doing handstands, but again, it depends on how it's performed. For example, walking is a pretty low injury risk activity, but again, it depends on how you do it. If you walk like this, it's not about the walking itself, but you're walking in a way that's putting more pressure on your knees. So if you walk like this and you complain about your knees hurting, is it the walking or is it the technique of how you're walking? So again, it's also this idea of how you perform the handstand. A lot of people that complain about wrist injuries or shoulder pain are doing the handstand in a way where they're putting a lot of unnecessary stress on their wrists and shoulders. So again, that just comes down to respecting the technique, respecting the long term, understand that you are gonna make progress, but you're not gonna make massive progress today. So you have to slowly build up to that. And also being honest with yourself about what your actual level is. Like, if we'll get into the prerequisites that you should have, they're not hard prerequisites, but if you don't have them, you don't need to be jumping several steps ahead, because that's also putting yourself at potentially bigger risk. So yeah, low injury risk in handstands, but you have to respect it. You have to respect the process. Okay, so we talked about injuries, we talked about some of the things that you need when you're starting out, but basically as a beginner, what can you expect? Especially as a complete beginner, there is going to be a certain amount of conditioning, and you have to be patient because you're building up the body, you have to build up the wrists, you have to build up the strength in the shoulders to hold yourself up. But then there's also the skill portion, which sometimes can be frustrating because you see people do it, you have this expectation in your head, and sometimes what you end up doing doesn't match that expectation. You don't want to have too many expectations. You just do the thing to do the thing, and then you figure out what you can do better. But essentially, the one good thing about being a beginner is you're going to make gains a lot faster because it's new. The bad thing about being a beginner is the ignorance, because you don't know yet. You don't know that you don't know. It could lead you down the wrong path. And I know for me personally, in my own process, I went on many tangents that I could have avoided that did not help me with my overall skill, and sometimes built bad habits. And it's going to happen sometimes, but basically you have to be honest with yourself with what you can actually do. And what ends up happening is it's not the exercise itself that's important, it's the concept of what it trains. And you want to find a way to scale it appropriately so that it challenges you in a way that you can fail some of the time, but not so that you're failing all the time, and so you can still learn lessons from it. It can be a humbling process because oftentimes people want to skip a lot of steps. They see the handstand, they want to do the handstand. I'm not saying never try that, but you have to break it down into these elements and understand how to get every piece of the puzzle to fit before you see the whole thing. So yeah, don't be frustrated as a beginner. It's going to take time. As I said, you're not going to learn it today. You're probably not going to learn it tomorrow, but if you start thinking a month down the line, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, a year, the progress is going to be a lot more steady, a lot more noticeable, a lot more consistent. So do what you can. Try to understand also the idea of physical capacity, because the other thing as a beginner, you may not be able to handle that many handstands at a time. If your wrists start to get tired, your shoulders start to sink, you have to know when to call it, right? You can say, okay, my form is starting to go. I'm not going to I'm going to quit while I'm ahead, because you also don't want to get injured. And you can slowly build up that capacity, but also you want to find ways to get better at the handstand without directly doing the handstand. So that's where a lot of the conditioning comes in, the wrist warm-ups, the stretching, the inversions like headstands and frog stands, just things that you can do that work different elements of the skill that are not the skill itself. And this is one lesson that I learned from teaching beginner classes. So let's say I'm doing an hour handstand class, but let's say a complete beginner can maybe only handle 20 minutes of handstand work before their form breaks down. So what can we do during the rest of the class? Well, we can do these different stretches, different drills, different movements and elements that are still related to the handstand, that are still going to help the handstand, but are not the handstand itself. And then, of course, when they get more advanced, an advanced handstand class might be 10 minutes warm-up, 40 minutes of handstand, 10 minutes of strength and conditioning. A beginner class might be 20 minutes of warm-up, right? 10 minutes of ramping up the skill and preparation, 20 minutes of handstand, and then 5 minutes of conditioning and cool down. Just to give an example, so it's, you figure out how much capacity you can handle, you figure out how often you can train, because you do want to be consistent, and you just put in the work. You chip away a little bit, right? It's this marble statue. You're not going to create a statue with a sledgehammer. You're going to break the rock. You got to use the hammer and chisel, and you chip away just a little bit at a time. And in one day, you may not see the progress, but if you're consistent, in 1 month, you will. In 2 months, you will. So remember, you want to think of the path ahead and the steps you're taking to make that happen. So one of the main pillars of the handstand practice is arm support, and basically with every pillar, every element that's part of that piece, it's a puzzle piece that's part of the bigger handstand, it's good to isolate it. So again, the one thing that you can do is just jump into a handstand right away. But what if you're new to the practice? Do you want to get straight into a handstand, or do you want to work all of these elements in isolation to understand them? And one of those elements is arm support, how to support yourself on your arms. And basically what you want here is bone structure. So you learn to stand a certain way. I can stand all day like this because I'm not really using a lot of muscular force to stand. My body is vertical, and as it's vertical, this allows me to stack myself on my bones, so my body is pretty relaxed. Not 100% relaxed, I'm not laying down, but it's relaxed enough that I can walk and I can stand without using too much energy. And I don't need a lot of strength either, right? I don't need to be able to do squats to be able to stand and walk around, because it's about technique and it's about how to hold yourself. And unfortunately, but that's an interesting part of the process, the way that you want to hold yourself on your arms to get this stack, it's very counterintuitive. It's very likely not something your body is naturally going to do, because you want to get lower, you want to find a position where you're less likely to fall. But here, I can stand like this for a while, definitely not all day because my quads are getting tired, but also it's not going to help me learn more advanced techniques. So we want to get into arm support, and we want to isolate these theories so you can understand what you should be doing, what you should be focusing on when you hold yourself on your arms, and then how that's going to connect to being upside down in a handstand. So one phrase that I also like to use is this idea of comfort before complexity. So anytime we're ramping up the complexity of the exercise, there's always pieces being added on, but the foundation is still the same. So every piece of the foundation, you want to get to the point that it's comfortable enough that you don't have to think about it. So it's this idea, you get comfortable supporting yourself on your arms, you get comfortable upside down, you get comfortable in a handstand, you get comfortable balancing, because the next thing is going to add another layer. And one way I explain it is also like this: you only have so many things that you can consciously focus on. So realistically, if you have to consciously focus on a lot of different things, you're probably going to fail. So it's good to get one thing, get it to the point that you understand it so well within your body that you can do it without thinking much about it, and then you move on to the next thing. So you get comfortable, you add complexity, and that's an ongoing process all the way through every advanced skill level, but it's building that foundation from the ground up. And of course, some people can start their handstand practice with handstands, but having been around the world and taught a lot of adults, it's good to have different steps that you can take, because some people need different steps and progressions, and it's good to isolate all of these concepts. So instead of trying to do 5 things at once, and again, this is what happens if an adult is completely new to handstand and they try to jump into a handstand, they're probably trying to do 5 things at once when they probably don't understand even one of those things to a high enough level that they don't have to think about it. So of course, it's not a failure, there's no failure, but it's something you can learn from. And the thing that you want to learn is you find those individual elements and you work on them in isolation before you combine them. So you get comfortable before you add more. And one of the things that you want to get comfortable with in the handstand is that arm support, is how can I hold myself on my hands utilizing my bone structure. Okay, so you're going to spend some time in the push-up position. Why? Because it allows you to put some weight into the hands. You can interface with the wrist, figure out what to do with the elbows, and figure out concepts that are later going to apply to the inversion. So basic push-up position, hands shoulder width, fingers facing forward, elbows straight, and then what you want to think about is pushing up this way. And again, it's one of those things I mentioned, you're going to have to do this a lot in the handstand. This is what gravity wants you to do. It wants you to do this. But in order to actually hold yourself up, you have to push against the gravity. And right now, this is my max. Doesn't mean you necessarily have to be at your max in order to be stable, but whatever you think is your maximum amount of push, you're probably not going to be doing that in your actual handstand, so it's better to over-exaggerate. But essentially, push-up position, my elbows are straight, and I'll get into that as well, but the first thing we're going to do is just shrug the shoulders down and then push and try to find this range of motion. And notice at the bottom, I'm starting to arch. That's not something that I'm actually trying to do. It's because I lose my shoulders, my core naturally goes, because I've lost that shoulder structure. So a lot of people ask about core strength in the handstand. It's a pretty minor factor compared to the shoulders, because the shoulders are what actually hold you up. So understanding this idea of pushing through the shoulders. The other thing, make sure that your hands are directly under your shoulders. So you have this vertical line, because what some people might want to do, especially kids do this when they cheat their push-ups and go like that. This is not helpful for handstand. Why? Because my shoulders are behind the hands. If I try to do a handstand like that, there's no way that I can balance. So making sure that your shoulder is directly above your hand, elbows straight. And the reason we want the elbows straight and why that's so important is that if my elbows are bent, my tricep has to work really hard to hold myself up. So there's a lot of muscular force being utilized in this position. However, if I fully lock out, I can actually relax my tricep, right? I can relax my arm because my skeletal structure, my joints are holding the force. Now, this applies to handstand because it is a static load. So if we're doing dynamic loads, you don't necessarily want to be fully locked out, but because the handstand, the force is constant, it's always your body weight, you have that control. Doesn't mean that you're going to be flopping the meat of your arm around when you're in a handstand, but it's a demonstration that if you're in the right position, if you understand that bone structure, then you don't have to use a lot of strength. So that's the next exercise that you can do. Just to understand that arm support is shifting back and forth from one hand to the other, trying to minimize the movement of the body
slow, controlled rolling through the hand, just like we did, and understanding how much strength I need, because it is a certain amount of strength. I do have to actually push into the shoulders, but also understanding that I want to have this structure of my body holding me up. Just like that. I can also play with something similar if I'm in like a downward dog position, but I'm not really in a downward dog. I'm putting the weight on my hands, and I can do also like this, walking, keeping the weight in my hands. So I actually like to almost go up on my toes when I do this to make the hands as heavy as possible, but I don't want to collapse. I want to push the floor away. I can walk into a push-up position and walk up like this, keeping the hands heavy, but understanding how to interface the hands with the floor and how to keep that push and the lockout, so I'm always utilizing structure of my body. Now, it seems like it's a strength and conditioning exercise, and to a large degree it is, but trust me, if you were to do the exercise like this with bent arms the whole time, it's gonna be much harder. And you're looking at me and thinking, wow, you do it like that. Well, a lot of people do the handstand like that without even knowing they're doing it. So it's getting this understanding of how to push, how to create this lockout. The lockout allows you to hold it much more steady. And these are all really good conditioning drills that you can use to not only build strength, but develop a better understanding of your lockout before you try to take it upside down. So we have this push-up marching exercise, and this would be the first iteration of it, just going from side to side. And then we have with the pike, so I'm marching up and down from a pike, from a push-up position. Absolutely fantastic exercise for conditioning and also getting these different ranges of motion within that push. And then with these scapular shrugs as well, you can do it with one arm, just a little bit more difficult. Takes a little bit more strength and control. Try to avoid rotating when you do this. Try to stay square to the floor and just control the body. And it's part of the reason why we do the shrugs up and down is because you also want to learn how to do it wrong, because you're probably coaching yourself, probably don't have a consistent coach that's always working with you. So you want to feel what it's like to make these mistakes so you can start to self-correct and self-assess. And one of the really common things that people do in the handstand is either sink or bend the arms. And you want to be able to do that, not right now for conditioning purpose, although it's actually fantastic conditioning, but to know what it feels like when you're out of form, so you also know what it feels like to make that correction. So overall, it's giving you a better understanding of that path. It's something that you develop this understanding for, is how to correct yourself within the movements. So not only being here all the time, but understanding I want to have the strength to do this, and I also want to know that if I'm in the handstand here, hey, this feels really heavy. Okay, that feels a lot better. And then eventually you'll make those corrections sooner, to the point that you don't have to make the corrections anymore because you've understood how to overcome them.
Okay, so when I teach, when I train myself as well, I like this idea of exploring. So I don't want to tell you what to do and then you do it. I want to give you a concept and then have you explore this concept. And the analogy that I like, let's say we're going on a trail, right? I'm leading the group, you're on this trail. If you only stay on the trail and only follow me, you're not really learning everything you could. And sometimes if you only follow, you don't really learn how to teach yourself. So I want to give you a direction to go to, so you're not just completely wild, but you can explore different paths, different nooks and crannies. They're not all going to lead to something interesting, but you want to have this idea that you can explore and do something a little bit different. And And when you do that, you might actually learn new things about yourself and learn new things about the process. So it's not wrong. I'm not a fan of the whole militaristic fitness approach where I do this and you do exactly like me. And if you don't conform, then it's not good. You're doing it wrong. No, I don't want you to conform because we're not the same person. We're different. We have different proportions, different background, different abilities, different strengths, different flexibility. So I know what it feels like for me to do a handstand. I can guess what it feels like for you to do a handstand, but I'm not aware of the sensations within your body. So I want to give you the space to explore and figure things out. And you can learn how to essentially modify any exercise or concept because you know that about yourself. So it's literally in every exercise, right? I do it a lot with stretching because moving around helps you to find different lines, different positions, but you can also do the same thing with the freestanding work, with the handstand kick-ups, with the cartwheels, with the wall handstand, with the balance. Play around with doing something a little bit differently, and then when you find out what actually works for you, that's great. You can keep that. And it may work for other people, it may not. So you have different tools in the toolbox. So for example, when I'm teaching, I have a lot of different ways to explain different cues because I don't know which one's gonna work for every person. And I also have the way that I cue myself, which also may work for some people, it may not work for other people. So the exploration, yeah, maybe it's not the direct path, maybe it's not going to get you there the fastest, but it's going to give you a deeper understanding of the skill and a deeper understanding of how you learn the skill, which ultimately gives you a better understanding of how you learn any skill. So I encourage you to explore. Everything that I give you, it's a suggestion, it's a general guideline, but it's not the way that you need to do it. If you only follow, that's absolutely fine too, but I encourage you not to just follow, but take that concept, explore it, and see what you can learn. So one of the concepts I like to use is this idea of skill versus strength, and these are polar opposites, right? So skill, if you're treating something as a skill, the goal is to be as basically as lazy as possible. It's not the best word, but you want to be efficient. You don't want to use too much energy because your goal is to do the thing, and if you get tired doing it, then you're really not as efficient as possible. Whereas strength, the goal is quite the opposite. It's to be inefficient so you can build that physical adaptation. So handstand, it's a little bit of both. It is a physical art, but it's very skill-based, meaning that the better you are at handstands, the better your technique is, the less energy it should take. And actually your goal is for it to take less energy. Your goal is to minimize the physical demand of the handstand so that you can be better at handstands. And again, there's a lot of analogies that you can make here. One simple analogy is walking, right? I walk with my legs extended and I can do this all day. I can walk for a long time. I'm not gonna get super strong legs doing this, so if I wanted to walk to make my legs as strong as possible, I'd probably walk like this. However, I'm not going to be able to walk very far. I'm not going to be able to go on a full hike like this. So this is an inefficient way of training. So you have to think about that as well. What's the goal? If my goal is to get strong legs, I might do squats. I might do different exercises that are not the most efficient way of moving to build that strength. If I want to just walk as far as possible, I want to have structure. I want to have alignment. I want to have technique. And when it comes to handstands, it seems like it makes sense, but it can be counterintuitive because a lot of people go into it thinking this is a strength move. I have to psych myself out and I have to get myself ready and I have to engage. And the reality is that handstand is very similar to walking, where if you do it right, and it does take time, you still have to develop conditioning, you still have to understand the technique, but if you do it right, it's less physical than you think because the goal of a handstand is to get better at handstands. And getting better at handstands means you're using less energy to do the handstand so you can save that energy for more complexity, for more advanced skills. Another analogy I like is archery, right? Because it's a little bit easier to picture. So you have the physicality of archery. How strong do you need to be to pull the bow? But the goal isn't to pull the bow. The goal of archery isn't to get an arm pump, because there's easier ways to do that. And if somebody said, hey, I want to learn archery, I'd say, okay, you got to do a lot of rows all day, every day to get your back strong. So that might physically prepare you to pull the bow, but it's not going to prepare you for the chaos of the technique. It's not going to prepare you for the actual technical release, the aim, all of that stuff. So it's like, if you're an archer, your goal is to get more accurate, more consistent. It's to get better at archery. You have to be strong enough to pull the bow, but that's not the main purpose. And the reality, a good archery session isn't one where your hands and your back is tired. It's one where you're getting better at hitting the target. So it's just an analogy that you can make to handstands. It is a physical skill, but there's less physical demand than you think, and you don't have to be that strong. And I hear this so much. I'm not strong enough to do a handstand. It's very rarely the case. I'm not saying you shouldn't work on strength, but the reason that you can't do a handstand, it's very unlikely that actual strength is the issue. A lot of times it's technique, a lot of times it's psychology, a lot of times it's your approach and how you go into it, and those can be a lot more significant than simply gaining strength. The benefit of that also is you can fix technique pretty quickly sometimes. If you get over that hump and you understand it, you can make really solid gains. However, to actually get stronger requires the body making physical adaptations, and those do take time. But basically, I like to think of the handstand as a skill. I want to make it as easy as possible, and I have strength built into it. So I'm doing the handstand to do the handstand to get better at the handstand, and then I can do things like presses, handstand push-ups, wall walks, different conditioning drills to get stronger. But there's a separation, and it's something that you do want to understand, is be efficient, be lazy. If you're working on skill, try to make it as easy as possible. And then during the times that you're working on strength, then you intentionally make it harder. So after getting comfortable with supporting yourself on your arms, the next thing you want to start to understand is how to get upside down. Some people already have a good upside down awareness. Some people haven't been upside down either in many years or maybe their whole lives. So the world literally flips itself over, so you have to get comfortable spending time with your hips above your head, understanding that you don't have to panic, you can stay calm, and you can still develop this awareness and coordination of where your legs are in space, how your body moves. There's a couple ways to do that. The first one is going to be a headstand, and headstand you can do on the floor, but I recommend having just something soft for your head, makes it more comfortable to do. And now the headstand is not a direct handstand progression, meaning, and I've heard this a lot also, if you only do headstands, you're not going to get the handstand. Why? Because headstand is a lot easier, and headstand is a tripod. It has 3 points of contact on the floor, and a stool that has 3 legs can balance itself. However, a handstand, you have only 2 points of contact on the floor, so it won't balance itself. You have to actually balance. But that's a story for another section. So basic progression for the headstand. What you want before I go into it is the triangle. So your head is here. Your hands are in front of your head, so you create basically an equilateral triangle between them. So I'm going to put my head down, have my hands in front, and even here, right, just being upside down, making sure that I'm breathing. If you hold your breath, you won't be able to stay up for very long. I have my knees on my elbows. I can slowly lift my feet, keep control. I'm pushing through my neck to ensure my structure. I can lift my knees off my legs, and I can slowly extend, maybe one leg, maybe the second leg, both legs. And this allows you to spend time upside down to get comfortable there, because the handstand is going to be a lot less comfortable because there's more going on. Now, come down, always with control. If you notice, I'm talking the whole time, so I'm breathing the whole time. You want to be able to breathe, and you want to get to this point that you don't have to think too much about what's going on. You should be able to hold a conversation in any of these skills because they're not meant to be physically difficult. They may be when you're first learning them, but the goal is to get comfortable enough, right? Comfort before complexity, to the point that you can think about what you're going to have for dinner. You can hold a conversation, and if you were on the phone, tone during that conversation, nobody would know that you're working hard because your cadence, your tone doesn't change. I'm always breathing. Now, one thing to note with the headstand that's going to be a little bit different than the handstand. Headstand is generally not completely vertical. For safety, you want your legs tilted ever so slightly towards your hands. You want to feel that there's always pressure on the hands. So I'm going to exaggerate it a little bit. So see how my legs are a little bit forward? I can be more vertical, but if I go too far towards the head, now there's a danger zone of falling forward. So headstand, it's a little bit safer if you just stay slightly towards the hands like this, always feeling that pressure, and then just hang out. And one thing also you can do with the headstand that's a bit more advanced is you can play around with moving the legs. You get this coordination of moving your legs around, and you start to develop an understanding and sensation of, hey, even though I can't see my legs, I know where they are in relation to my body, because that proprioception is really, really important for what happens in a handstand, especially once you get into more advanced variations. And always come down with control. It's another topic we'll get into. You will spend a lot of time falling. I can guarantee that because you don't learn to balance without learning to fall. However, as much as possible, try to keep this in the back of your head. I was done with my set and I came down because I wanted to come down, especially with these base movements like headstand and the forearm stand, which comes next. Try not to fall out of it. We're gonna work specifically on falling out of a handstand because you will do that, but with the headstand, you're done with your set, you came out, you own the movement instead of the movement owning you. So another version of headstand, if you want to, is the triangle headstand. You'll see this one in yoga sometimes. It's pretty similar, but the main difference is I have a smaller base of support, so it's a little bit more difficult to stay up. But the same theory applies. I keep pressure in my elbows. I have my legs a little bit forward for safety, and I can do all of the same stuff. So that's the triangle headstand, and then also the forearm stand, which you're also gonna see in yoga. This one, you don't have the head contact, but you have the whole forearm, so it's still a low center of gravity, and it still allows you to spend time upside down and get comfortable and acclimate to that. So I have the forearms down, and you do actually have to kick to this one, but it looks something like that. Quite honestly, it's not really a skill that I've practiced a whole lot, but as I mentioned, it's a way to get inverted. It's a way to get into an arm balance. And even though it's not a direct handstand progression, the more comfortable you are upside down, the easier it's going to be to connect that to a handstand when you have a higher center of gravity and when you have a much smaller base of support. Now, another way to start acclimating to that without getting into a balance is I have a box. It can be done without a box, but the box is nice because you can lift your hips up. So basically, if I'm in that push-up position, what I can do is put my feet up on something higher, and I can shift to the point that my hips are over my hands. So I'm thinking of my legs going straight and my hips going forward. I can walk my hands in, and now I'm essentially in a handstand with the arms. I can go one leg up, second leg up, spending time there. I'm still on the box, so it's still completely safe. I'm not getting into this place that I might fall, but I'm getting more comfortable with the shoulder position of a handstand, the hand position of a handstand, and getting my hips over my hands. And sometimes you're gonna make breakthroughs and you understand it right away. Sometimes you just have to accumulate and spend a little bit of time doing these exercises. And this Pike handstand right here, really good one to be able to start getting used to being upside down, and it's more controlled without getting into that chaos yet. If you want to add the push-up walks like this, also fantastic way to start building some conditioning and inversion. If your flexibility is lacking, you can still do it with bent knees. It's going to feel a little bit different, but it still allows you to get those hips up. But in this case, the main cue, other than the shoulders being pushed out, elbows straight, all of that we're gonna get into in even more detail, is for the hips to go forward. So you wanna think of the hips going towards the fingers, because that's what's gonna get you into an inverted position, so at least part of your body is in a handstand. So that's a little bit of
inversion and ways to start acclimating to getting upside down. Because again, maybe you're ready to do a handstand the first day. Maybe it's helpful to spend a little bit of time acclimating to other exercises, again, to build these different elements, build up your arm support, build up your inversion, and then it's going to be much less of a shock to the system when you add a little bit more chaos. So the handstand wall walk is probably one of the most important exercises in the whole progression, and it's also one that most people miss. And the reason it's such a fantastic exercise is you can scale it, and it allows you to go gradually more inverted with complete control. On top of that, it's a great conditioning exercise because if you do this right, it's physically a lot harder than a handstand, which means that if you can do a couple reps of handstand wall walks, you can't use the excuse that you're not strong enough because you're more than strong enough. So basically, I'm going to show you the full version, and then I'm going to show you a few regressions that you can use to get further inverted, and I'm going to show you a few more advanced progressions. But it's going to look like this. So I start in a push-up position, hands shoulder width. I walk my feet up the wall, and I walk my hands into the wall, basically until I get into a chest-to-wall handstand with maybe 3-4 inches to the wall. And then I come down with control. So that's one rep of a handstand wall walk. I'm going from horizontal all the way to vertical. Notice I'm breathing the whole time because I'm talking the whole time. Other things to notice that will be really important. Hands should stay shoulder width, elbows should stay straight, and you're always pushing down into the floor. Another thing to keep in mind, just anytime you do wall work, you never want to get to this phase where I'm leaning my weight into the wall, because I'm not teaching myself to hold myself up like this. I'm teaching myself to use the wall, which is external assistance, which when I do a freestanding handstand, I can't do that. That's going to make me fall. So keep that in mind. Try to always be as light as possible with the wall. Now, regressions, you don't have to go all the way up. That's the beauty of this exercise. Even if I don't move my hands and I just walk my feet up, I'm already in an inverted push-up position. No, it's not a full handstand, but my hips are above my head and I can get comfortable there and spend time there, and it's going to help condition my shoulders, and it's going to also help condition my mind to being okay with being upside down and not panicking and breathing and getting further inverted. So then I can take one step in. Small step, doesn't have to be a big step. I'm shifting my hips a little bit when I step, so that's kind of another detail, but every time I step, essentially what I want to do is get closer to being upside down. And notice my body is not straight, but I want to think about my hips going forward towards my hands. Take another step, and then when I feel it's enough, I'll come down. One other detail to remember when you do this exercise, don't go to failure, especially if you're new, because you still have to come down, and you want to come down with control. So you always want to leave a little bit of gas in the tank so you can get home. Don't go until your arms are about to collapse, because then the next step you take might be your last. Anyway, we're just going to gradually go higher. So okay, now I'm closer to being in a handstand. Once I'm high enough, notice with my feet, I point my feet. Pointing the feet, in this case, it's not aesthetic. It's more so that I'm less inclined to lean weight into my feet when they're pointed like that. And then again, I come down gradually. Now this progression is probably not going to take you one session. You're going to gradually go a little bit higher and a little bit higher, and when you're comfortable there, you can keep adding that height until you get pretty close to being inverted. And now I'm in a chest-to-wall handstand. So it's a very inefficient way to get into the chest-to-wall handstand, but that shifting the weight back and forth from hand to hand, it builds a lot of shoulder strength. It's really good conditioning. It's also hitting different ranges of motion, always pushing down. And that's why I said this is harder than doing a handstand physically, but if you can do this, especially if you can do a few reps in a row, you're more than strong enough so you have an excess of conditioning of what you need. A couple common mistakes that you're gonna see, and just nothing is wrong. You can do this as many ways as you want, and I'll show you a couple more difficult variations for intentional strength building, but it just makes it harder. And again, if you're doing it as a skill, you don't want it to be hard, you want it to be easy. So one thing people do is bend the arms. This movement is so much heavier. Now I actually have to be pretty strong in order to do this. But if I maintain straight arms and arms shoulder width, there's still shoulder strength and pushing, but it's a lot more of my skeletal alignment. So you do want to keep the arms straight. You also want to keep the arms more narrow than you think, because if you step wide, it also makes the movement heavier. When you do take these steps, you want them to be deliberate. So you don't want to do like this pitter-patter, right? You want to step, roll through the hand, just like we did in the warm-up, step, and I try to step past the hand each time. But deliberate steps, breathing the whole time. I know I've mentioned that, but it's worth mentioning it again. Notice the tone of my voice did not change even though I'm working. I'm upside down. Control on the way down. There are easier ways to come down, but right now we're actually focusing a little bit on the conditioning aspect, so I do want you to come down with complete control. And again, this exercise, there's no speed, there's no herky-jerky movements. It's all done slow, it's all done controlled. I get up, I do my hold for as long as I want to in my highest position, and then I come down and it's all 100% controlled. Now, one last variation that I do want to include is what happens if you're pretty confident with multiple reps of this exercise. Well, you can do these little mini push-ups, so I can intentionally break the form. I can spend more time on one arm, which is also really good for alignment. I can break my form, come back. This is pretty advanced, but it is going to build a lot of strength and confidence. However, I don't recommend doing this until you've already built a very high level of proficiency. But the handstand wall walk, it's not done enough. I highly recommend it because it allows you to maintain complete control, and it allows you to gradually build up the inversion, because what a lot of people do, and it's also why a lot of people sometimes spend years and never learn their handstand, is because they go from 0 to 60 without shifting any gears. They go from nothing to try to kick to a handstand. This way you can build up the inversion gradually with complete control. So if you're not doing the handstand wall walks, highly recommend it. Very, very underrated and useful exercise. So if it's too much to go all the way inverted, another variation is to do the pike walkout. The goal with this one, if you are doing it, just try to keep the hands as heavy as possible, right? So similar idea from the push-up position, walking out. What I like to do is stay on the tops of my toes because that encourages me to put more weight into the hands. You don't have to do that. It can be a little bit painful, but the idea is to make the hands as heavy as possible because I want to build up to doing it with the full body weight on the hands. But that's the pike walkout, and you can elevate the feet, right? It's a little bit harder to do it on the wall like this, but it would look something like that. But that's also a really good regression just to build strength until you get confident. But remember, it's not just about strength. So just because you have the strength doesn't mean you know how to deal with the chaos of inversion and all of that. So do try to get upside down as soon as you can, but of course within reason, within safety.
Thank you, Julie, for the question. So I can't tell you how long it's going to take because, again, it depends on where you start. It depends on your flexibility. It depends on previous injuries that you may have had as well. Takes time, and wrists are usually respond the slowest because with the wrist you're working with a lot of connective tissue, a lot of bones, a lot of nerves that go through this very tiny joint. So generally the wrists are the slowest to acclimate, but the best thing you can do is just do a good wrist warm-up every time. Keep doing those coordination drills. Again, how long it's going to take, I can't tell you that, but generally what I recommend, if you're completely new to the practice, you should do a wrist warm-up every time you train because it's going to help speed up the acclimation process, and it's going to help give you more reps and speed up that coordination of developing the balance. But it does take time, and just with any time question, it's going to take longer than you think. Just be aware of the wrist. You don't want to push it too hard, too fast. One very valuable lesson that I didn't learn soon enough: if you feel something's off, take a step back, right? Fold your hand, quit while you're ahead, and then come back the next day fresh. Don't try to push it, especially with the wrist, especially if you're still new to the handstand training. It's better to be overly conservative, do a long warm-up. Don't do sets until you feel too much pain and discomfort. You are going to get some wrist stiffness. This is just the reality of hand balancing, but try to take care, try to be aware, and just slowly build up both the resilience, the flexibility, and the sensations. So there are three main restrictions that people are going to face when they do handstand. The first is physical. That one's usually a little bit more obvious. The second one is technical. And the third one is what I consider the most interesting. That's psychological. So most people, when they start their handstand, they're probably strong enough to do it. And if they learn the technique, they can figure it out. But what's standing in the way? It's the psychology. And it could be the fear of falling. It could be fear of the unknown. It could be just hesitation and not understanding what's about to happen. But essentially, one of the things that I ended up teaching a lot in my earlier workshops that I thought it was obvious. It was obvious to me because I spent so much of my time just falling over and over again, so it wasn't a big deal because I was already doing it. But then I realized some people are afraid to fall or they don't know how to fall, and it's very hard to focus on technique when you don't have an exit strategy, when you're not sure if you're completely safe. If you don't know that you're safe, if you don't know what happens if you fall, how are you going to really put 100% of your focus into balancing, into doing this technique? So exit strategy, very important, and I wouldn't say easy to see, but it's usually fairly obvious to me when someone is scared versus not strong enough. So somebody who's scared to do their handstand, there's this, right? Very timid approach. There is this one where the shoulders go all the way back because this is safety. I can land on my feet. What's somebody scared of? This is usually what they're scared of, right? This big falling on the back, which is probably the worst thing that you can do. And you might get some bruises, but the biggest bruise is going to be to your ego when you do that. However, if that happens, now let's say I just fell on my back because I kicked too hard. Now I'm scared again. Now I'm not sure. This is going to happen too sometimes, right? Sometimes one of the reasons people bend their arms is because, again, they're scared of going over, and bending the arms gives me that little bit of safety. Now, if you're not strong enough to bend your arms, that could result in something worse as well. You could give yourself a little love tap of your nose to the floor. But basically, this is what you want to be able to do, is you want to have comfort falling out of the handstand like this. If you're not comfortable exiting to the point that you lose control, you will never be able to understand and be confident with the technique. Very, very important, because you can work all day on the wall, you can get so strong, so conditioned, you can hold 5-minute handstands all day. If you haven't experienced that chaos of what it's like to be out of control, you will never be in control. I know it's a paradox, but you're gonna have the most control when you have the reflexes to be out of control and still be safe. So this idea of, again, comfort before complexity, you also have to be comfortable in chaos, and also understanding that when you're balancing, when you're actually holding a handstand, basically every moment of that, you have a choice to either come down and fall or stay up. And you have to experience falling in every direction. And also the reality, once we get into the kick, you're gonna be the most stable right before the moment of falling. So you have to be able to approach that edge, approach that cliff, and do it comfortably. I don't have to think about it. So I know that whatever handstand I do, unless I'm on something really tall and I don't want to fall out of it, if I'm on floor or something low, I'm always completely comfortable because I know that even if I fall and lose control, I can still get to my feet, and it's a reflex. It's not going to be an issue. I'm not going to fall on my back unless I intended to. So very important concept. Always find your psychological limitations and understanding how to bail. So again, if you are one of these people, the reason I can't kick high enough, it's not because my legs aren't strong or flexible enough. It's not because my arms can't hold me. It's because I'm restricting myself because I'm not sure what happens if I go too far, if I go too high. So understanding psychology of handstands. Very important. Once you get over that, your confidence is going to explode, and then it's much easier to actually focus on the balance. So this is the absolute worst thing that can happen in the handstand, and sometimes it is good to experience it. Depending on who you are, sometimes I do recommend it. You may want a softer mat than this. You may want to even get to a gymnastics gym, pole vault mat, find something where you can really land on your back. I'm just gonna show you this. This is the worst case scenario, right? This is the head in, the falling on the back. Absolute worst thing that can happen in a handstand. Hopefully you don't have to experience it, but sometimes it's not a bad thing to experience it because honestly it's not that bad. And this is the reality of handstand work. In order to learn how to balance, you have to learn how to fall, and you have to be okay with falling because every second that you're balancing is a second that you're choosing not to fall, but the fall is always a possibility, and you have to be ready for it. So again, up to you whether you want to experience it. I wouldn't, if you're new to handstands, please don't do this on hard floor. You will feel it. Find something soft where you can, but it's just a way to experience what is the worst case scenario, and is it that bad? Is my fear legitimate, or maybe it's a little bit exaggerated because I haven't truly experienced worst case scenario. So one more time, boom, handstand, I look in, bah, fall on my back. We'll get into the technique as well, but basically this looking in with the head is also something you don't want to do when you're falling because I'm looking away from where I'm going, and essentially it's like a flinch. It's like an extension of a flinch reflex. So yeah, worst case scenario, maybe you'll fall in a handstand. If you've experienced the worst case scenario, it's probably not that bad. So the precursor towards learning to fall out of a handstand is the cartwheel. Even if you're not doing handstands, honestly, I recommend everyone should be able to do a cartwheel. It's a fundamental move, teaches you a lot about momentum, about shifting weight. Cartwheel is gonna look like this, and what's gonna happen that I'll explain is how to transform the handstand into the cartwheel when you fall so you can always land on your feet no matter what. Basically, I think of a cartwheel as an extension of falling. So we talked about chaos. It's not a controlled move. It's not a controlled step. What I think of as a cartwheel is as I fall, I take these steps to control my balance. And instead of stepping with my hands, instead of stepping with my feet, I step with my hands. So I reach forward, I kick my back leg up, I turn my hands, and I kick that leg all the way over the floor. Now you may not be able to do that right away, depending on your level of coordination. So progressions for the cartwheel that I use is I can go here, slowly turn the hands out, and just keep it small. Kick the legs all the way over. Go as slow as you need to. People think that they need to go fast. It's not completely controlled. It is chaotic, but there's still a control to it. Especially if I'm still working on the flexibility, on the confidence to get the legs higher. Because what I can start to do when I get a little bit better with it is kick the legs higher and higher until I get more vertical. And that's what we want eventually, is to have the legs pass completely over the top. I'm working both sides. That's optional for you, but I always like to work both sides because I think it's useful for coordination. So how do you transform the handstand into a cartwheel? Well, this is the typical progression I use. So I go handstand. I'm not even doing a full kick to a handstand. Just kick and land. Without lifting or standing up, I turn my hands 90 degrees, and then I cartwheel. So kick, land, turn. Try to make that transition fast. Don't think too much about it. You go from fingers forward, completely 90 degrees. The bailout itself, you don't actually have to learn on both sides because that can be confusing. I recommend both sides cartwheels, but you're gonna pick a favorite side. And so I'm right-handed, so typically a cartwheel with the left foot in front, and then the hands turning to the left, just like this. And what I'm gonna start to do is add a little bit more height, a little bit more extension to that. So I can start small, combination, then I go a little bit taller, a little bit more extension, and I go even further. Whoa, whoa.
I'm looking at the floor the whole time as I do this, also very important. Then I can add some legs together commitment. Legs together means you're fully committed to staying up. So it's still not a bailout yet, right? I'm still controlling it, and I'm still going from a handstand to a cartwheel. So essentially what needs to happen next is once you get confident enough, you don't come back to the floor to make that transition. You transition within the handstand. So I kick my right leg. It's also the leg that lands. I kick, whoop. And then what needs to happen is that hand steps. So if I kick my right leg, my right hand is also going to step across. That opens up the shoulders, and that allows me to kick my leg down easily. So I kick, turn, land. Now, this is where it gets confusing. You have to be very precise with the geometry. So handstand, cartwheel. Don't confuse the two, because what the actual bailout needs to be is there's a moment where I lost control and I have to react. So I don't actually want to think about the cartwheel when I do the real bailout. I want to allow myself to fall. Takes a little bit of timing, a little bit of confidence and practice, but really comfortable with that cartwheel and looking at the floor. And what I'm working on is go legs together for full commitment. I'm waiting for the moment that I fall. I'm waiting for the moment that I'm no longer in balance, in control. And I want to kick that leg with just enough power to get over the top. Still pushing with my hands, still keeping my arms straight. Cartwheel. You don't have to practice this once you've learned it, but if you haven't learned it, this is something you should work on consistently until you're completely confident, because you will not have a freestanding handstand practice if you're still apprehensive about falling out of a handstand. So I know it's a little bit of a paradox. I teach falling out of a handstand before I teach the actual handstand, because I need to know that you're safe, and you need to know that you're safe. And if you're in control all the time, you won't really learn that. So allowing yourself to fall. You can fall in different ways. Main thing is always looking at the floor. So I always see where I'm falling, and that's where that turn happens. And I want to wait. The longer I can wait, the better it's going to be for my actual reflexes, because what this should be is when you're learning it, it's okay. You do this controlled demonstration, ba, 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 but that wasn't a real fall. You want to have this oh shit moment, like, oh, I almost lost control, and I reflexively corrected myself, because when you have that reflex, that's when you know it's safe, when you can do it without thinking about it. So something to keep in mind, something to work on. Again, I recommend, if you don't have a bailout yet, spend a little bit of time every practice just working on it until you have it clean and consistent, and you understand that it's never going to be an issue falling out of a handstand and actually landing on your back, because you always know how to land on your feet on any surface. The other benefit of the cartwheel bailout is I can also make it look like it was intentional. So I can fall out and then just land and walk out of it. And that's a lot harder to do with some of the other bailout methods. And it's soft, so if I did that on concrete, still not an issue because I'm just landing on my feet. But yeah, cartwheel and then transforming that cartwheel into your handstand bailout, super, super important concept. Once you have that, it can overcome a lot of the psychological restrictions to actually doing the skill. So you can also use the wall to help coordinate that bailout. I don't recommend doing this all the time, and it shouldn't be the only progression you use because you want that chaos of freestanding, but it can help break down the movement and really get those parts, understand the turn of the hand, understand how the hip is involved. And it's also, when you start doing wall handstands for longer, you may want a better way to come out of it than just doing the wall walks, so something else to keep in mind. But basically, it's gonna look like this. I'm gonna get into my chest to wall handstand. I remember which leg and which arm I turn with in my cartwheel. And I'm gonna go very slow. I shift the weight into my left hand. I step, and then I kick the right leg down. So once again, up, and if I'm a little bit further, that's okay too. I step, and I can kick off the wall, and I can do that cartwheel off the wall. This is not a bailout, but it's a way to slowly coordinate what's actually going to happen when you do it full speed. Control, step, kick. Now, the real bailout is also something you can do from the wall, and this is one where you basically initiate your fall. So right here, what I just showed you, the shoulder went first. But what actually happens in the real bailout is the feet are going to fall first because they're the furthest from the base. And then when your feet initiate the fall, that's when you turn. So what I'm doing here is I'm going to kick my right leg. So that's the one that kicks down. I'm going to kick that one first. And then I go a little bit faster, and then the shoulder goes after that leg leads. So it's the leg, and then the shoulder follows, and because I actually fell and used my momentum on that one, I did go a little bit faster. Then, that was one leg, but you can also do a little bit more commitment by going both legs. So essentially, I take my feet off the wall, I go forward, and when I feel it go forward, that's when I turn. One other thing to keep in mind here is geometry, so 90 degrees. I want to be going this way from the wall. If I go to the side, I didn't really fall forward. It means I allowed myself to go sideways, which means it wasn't really going out of control, which is what we want. So for example, if I come out like this, sideways, that's a fine way to just get out of your handstand, but it's not really working the bailout. And maybe as a progression, just to get more confident, to go slow, you can go a little bit sideways like this. But this is not a real bailout, so understand that if you're doing that, it's fine, but you still have work to do because this is the way you want to go, falling forward. So making sure that you actually fall forward and making sure that you turn that hand enough to create that space. But yeah, it's just another way that you can work the bailouts. And as I mentioned, the bailout is super, super important. So once you learn it, you don't have to continue training it, but you do want to spend time learning it. And the wall is just a helpful way to do that. Right, so I'm in my chest to wall handstand, and then I very slowly step. So in this case, I'm stepping my left hand, and it's also going to be my left leg that comes down. You're going to have a side that you do it with. I try to do everything both sides, but bailout, you will have a favorite side. And you don't want to confuse yourself, so step, and then kick down. One more time, get into my handstand, step, kick down. Notice I'm going 90 degrees away from the wall, so I'm falling forward as I do that. Then we can add a little bit of speed. So now instead of going slow and controlled, I let that leg lead, and then I step and turn. And now that turn happens more reflexively because when the leg leads, I fall a little bit faster, and it's a real fall as opposed to a controlled demonstration. And I want it to be real. Like when you train falling, you should actually have those moments where your eyes go wide and you're not sure what's going to happen, because that's what you actually want to react to. If you're in that controlled environment all the time, you're not going to learn the right reflexes. So that's one leg. Full commitment, you can also go two legs. So both legs go forward off the wall, and then turn. Make sure the fall happens first, right? So you don't want to anticipate the bailout, because the bailout is a reflex, it's a reaction. So I'm in my handstand. The legs go only after the legs pass that line of balance. That's when I bail out. So again, it's that reflexive analogy. I'm falling, somebody pushes me, I'm gonna catch myself on my feet because it's a reflex that I have. It's not something that I think about. And if I only work slow progressions, I'm not teaching myself the final version of that. But nothing wrong with the slow progressions, right? If I go 1, 2, absolutely. I can do that as many times as I need to be confident and understand the movement. But until I can really go full speed, wide eyes, oh shit, that's okay, I saved myself. That's when you have the bailout, and that's when falling out of a handstand is no longer an issue, and that's when you can get over the fear and actually start to focus on the technique. So why do we spend so much time focusing on falling when the goal is a handstand? It's because the fall gives you the freedom to actually do the handstand. Again, so many Oh, I'm afraid to get up. I'm afraid to get up. It's fine, it's part of the process, but when you have the freedom to know that at any given point, no matter what happens, I'm back on my feet, that's the best place you can be, because I don't care if I land the handstand or not. I don't care if it's successful. I do, but it doesn't matter because that's not compromising my safety. So it's all about freedom to know that no matter what happens, whether you're out of balance, whether you kick too hard, whether you just lose focus for a moment, you're always going to land back on your feet, and it doesn't matter the surface that you're on, right? There are other ways to bail a handstand. You can do a forward roll, you can do a bridge. These aren't the best ways to bail because it's going to be harder to do it on concrete. It's going to be harder to do it on a hard floor and not feel that impact. But the cartwheel just lets you land back on your feet. As long as you're soft, right? You do want to work on softening your landing, but that's a whole separate story. But essentially, I'm always able to land on my feet no matter what happens. And one thing that I like to do, especially in a workshop if somebody already has the bailout pretty solid, you can play chicken, right? Test your reflexes. How far can I let myself fall and still react? Got to react a lot quicker when I do that, but the point is that I have that freedom to kick to a handstand because I've understood the chaos. I've dealt with the worst case scenario and I know that it's not an issue. And now I've overcome at least a lot of my psychological restrictions, and now I can actually focus on the strength, on the technique, on what it is to hold the handstand, right? You have to know what it is to go too far in order to really understand that center line of balance. So just freedom, right? And one thing you can play with is, make sure you have the space, of course, is just do random kicks to handstand and fall out. I'm actually trying to fall out of my handstand, right? I'm not trying to do any kind of balance, but I know that no matter what happens, I will always come back to my feet. Have to know your space as well. Whoop-a, that was the wrong direction. Let's see, I saved it and come back. So it's about freedom. I'm free to do the handstand. I'm free to focus on technique because I don't have to worry about what happens if I fall. Very important concept. If you have it, good. You don't need to work on it anymore. If you don't have it, keep working on it until you know how to fall, and then it's not an issue. So you can also use the wall. Basically, it's an extension of a back-to-wall kick-up, but just to be more confident with kicking harder, because sometimes, and again, this wouldn't be my first choice if I was working with someone, but you want to have different tools in the box because everyone learns different, everyone responds differently to different types of stressors and different types of fears. So this is going to be fairly common, right, where the hips are low. And sometimes this is an interesting one as well with the fear, where my legs go, but my butt doesn't go. And ultimately your hips are where your weight is centered, so that's what you have to get over your hands. So you can use the wall. Again, I'm not a fan of it 100% only because you don't want to get too used to the wall being there, but when you know that you can kick further, it can help build that confidence. So I put my hands down, I push in the shoulders. I can work on finding more power. It's not that you have or don't have the power, it's about expressing it. So if I use a bent leg, I can find the wall a little bit faster. With a straight leg, I have to go further. So it's about finding the wall and finding the wall with precision, so very gentle. Now we're not really doing kick-ups yet, but it's something you do want to start thinking about. And then a more extreme version of that is to actually get your butt on the wall. Now, this is a different technique, but I can do like this, right? I want to go so far that my hips are touching. I'm in a weird position right now. Takes a little bit more shoulder flexibility, but it is something that I might use actually later on if I'm doing tuck or handstand or, tuck or straddle jumps to the wall. But the idea is it's okay to get your hips forward, and I can use the wall to exaggerate that just to really understand what it is to go too far forward. Because if I haven't experienced it, I'll always be here. going here, oh, might be a little bit too much for people in the beginning. So using the wall is just another way to help ramp up that inversion and coordinate kicking further and being able to apply either more power or just getting that confidence to go further past the wall to the point that you don't have to worry about how far you can go because you know what it is to go too far. And when you can go too far, it's easier to dial it back. So just different techniques, different tools you can keep in your toolbox depending on the different issues that you're trying to overcome. So the chest to wall handstand is a really important progression because using the handstand wall walks, you can gradually increase your inversion and it generally encourages better form. So if you're looking for a straight line handstand, it's easier to find that with your chest to wall. Ultimately, we're gonna do both. One thing that you do have to be aware of the chest wall, which is also why the bailout is really important, there is the chance to fall forward. So before you're doing extended chest wall holds, you do want to make sure you have that exit strategy, making sure that you can bail out. But basically, first way to get into it, do your wall walk, and you want to get relatively close. You don't want to get super close because it's going to push you off, but generally within about 3-4 inches from the wall to the heel of your hand, fingers facing forward. And the first way to do it is just going to have the feet touching the wall. So my feet are pointed, my feet are together, pushing with my shoulders, my elbows are straight, and I'm just hanging out there. I want to stay, I want to breathe, I want to get comfortable and accumulate time in that position. And to come out, I'm going to do a few steps of wall walk, exiting with control. And again, just like with everything, you want to get comfortable. Part of getting comfortable is just spending time there, accumulating time. We're looking at eventual goal being 60 seconds and not just as a max, but basically being able to continuously do a 60-second hold and getting comfortable enough within that hold that you don't have to think too much about it, that you can be there and be elsewhere basically. Think about your dinner, think about whatever. So I'm gonna do another one, and this time I'm gonna go up a little bit faster, right? So it's more efficient, so I'm using less energy to get up, and again, I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna chill. Now, if I wanna focus a little bit more on alignment, one cue that I like to use is to try to push the upper chest into the wall. It doesn't have to touch, but what happens when I do that is, notice how it opens my shoulders and flattens my back. And then I can also have the hips touching and the feet touching, and this is really good for alignment of the handstand because I'm using the wall to help with my balance. Now, I'm gonna come out as a cartwheel, so this is also another option you have to come out. It's still intentional. I'm not bailing out of it, but I'm using less energy to come out instead of the handstand wall walks because sometimes you want to be more efficient with it. But essentially, what you want to do, it's another way to get into it, right? So I can also use a cartwheel instead of wall walking, hanging out, staying still, breathing, getting used to being in the handstand. Talk a little bit also about where to look, but essentially I'm not jamming my face into the wall. I am looking between the hands. It doesn't matter that much right now where you look, but with balance it will, and essentially where I'm trying to direct my gaze is you have this goalpost. If you ever played that little football game in middle school, basically between this grid of your thumbs and forefingers, that's generally where I try to look. And I'll talk also a little bit about the head position, but it will be in a slight extension. So it's not the only way to balance, but what I've found is this is the easiest way to actually be able to focus on the balance. So one more time, chest to wall handstand. I'm gonna show you another way to get into it. This is more advanced because you need to have good cartwheel control, but I can go forward into it, find the position, fingers forward, good push with the shoulders. Feet are very light against the wall, so even though I'm not balancing yet, I'm not really putting a lot of weight into the wall. If I do, I'd have to go a bit further. If I lean into the wall like this, right, I'm not helping to build independence because the goal of the wall is to eventually not to use the wall. So if you get too used to leaning into the wall, you're actually
holding yourself back from eventually being able to hold yourself like that. So just keep that in mind. Also,
when you're using the wall, when you're doing these holds, I'm spending time here, I'm breathing, I'm trying not to think about how much it sucks to be here. You have to enjoy the process, but at the same time, coming off the wall is very simple because I never put much weight in the wall in the first place. And even though we're not doing balance yet, it's something that you want to kind of keep in the back of your mind, because the lighter you are on the wall, the easier it's going to be to actually build the balance and build that coordination. So definitely working chest to wall handstand as part of the whole spectrum of all the different handstand positions. Once you accumulate more time upside down, you'll get more comfortable there. When you get more comfortable, you can start to add further complexity. So the back to wall handstand is also a very important progression. Typically it's used more, but the issue with the back to wall is there's no way to create steps. You have to go from the floor into a full handstand, which is also why I like to include the wall walks. It's why the chest to wall is really important. But what the back to wall does is it teaches you how to commit fully and how to get all the way up there, sometimes even too far. So back to wall handstand, one extra variable is you have to get up to the wall. So you have to actually practice how to kick. And basically the kick, it's going to be a combination of a few things. You're going to plant your hands already starting with the arms vertical, so you don't have to worry about that variable. One leg is going to swing. Flexibility helps. And then the second leg is going to jump. No, you don't have to be that flexible, but it does make it easier to swing your leg. So here, I'm going to kick. Okay, that wasn't enough. So I'm going to kick a little bit further until I find the wall. And then I bring that second leg up at the same time, and now I'm in my back to wall handstand. So I'm looking at the floor between my hands, but my neck is relaxed, right? I don't want to over crank, overextend it. I don't want my head to touch the wall. I don't want my shoulders to touch the wall like this. That actually means that you've lost your shoulder position, so keep that in mind. If you're having trouble getting up into this back to wall, just gradually kick more and more, and make sure you're always pushing down with your shoulders. Keep practicing until you find it. And here I have legs together, solid push in my shoulders, looking between my hands, and I'm breathing. And I'm gonna hang out there, I'm gonna stay, I'm gonna enjoy it. Now I have only my feet touching the wall, which is also really important. You don't want this, because what that means is I'm leaning into the wall again, and unless you're doing it for a specific reason, in order to eventually build independence from the wall, you don't want to lean and put weight into it, because when I do this, I'm not holding myself. If I teach myself that something else is going to hold me, it doesn't really help to build independence, which is the eventual goal, right? The wall is a tool, and even though we're using the wall, the goal of using the wall is to not use the wall. So just keep that in mind. Keep that in the back of your head. Once again, hands, shoulders on top of the hands, one leg, two legs. Practice being gentle, right? So some people, they try to get this huge momentum, try to basically put a hole in the wall. You don't want to do that. You don't want to put a hole in your drywall, or if you have a concrete wall, you don't want to smash your heels or toes into the wall either. So this should be gentle, because also you want to always think about what's ahead. I'm not just looking down at the floor, I want to look at the path, and one of the things that's coming up is this guy, the freestanding kick to handstand. So what this helps is starting to understand how to coordinate that power, right? Learning how to kick just enough to barely reach the wall and to be very gentle. Imagine the wall is made out of thin glass. Well, maybe not. You don't want to cut yourself, but you want to be that gentle. If you feel this against the wall, it means you're using it too much. So just something to keep in mind. You have the entry into the handstand, and then again, once you're comfortable with that back to wall handstand, you're gonna spend time, you're gonna hold it. Really good exercise you can do here, I've actually been doing it this whole time, is talking, right? If you can talk, you can breathe. And if you can breathe, you can hold it a lot longer than if you can't. If I stop breathing, I don't want to do that for too long, but I'm gonna get first of all, I'm gonna get a real bad tomato face, more than normal in a handstand. And I'm gonna start to build up pressure in the head as well. So if you're not breathing, number one, it's gonna cut off how long you can actually hold it, but also worst case scenario could be potentially dangerous because if you lose yourself and start to collapse your arms, it's also not a good thing. Long story short, stay up, relax, chill, only feet touching, good push in the shoulders, continue to breathe. Back to wall handstand, relax the neck. You can do these little neck rolls if you want to, but I'm still gonna be looking between the hands, only heels touching the wall, holding that back to wall handstand and accumulating time. And just one other thing to keep in mind, you want to work both back and chest to wall. It's not about picking one because there's very different and distinct lessons that come from working one versus the other. So don't think that you go from one progression to the next here. Actually, what I recommend is working both chest and back to wall handstand at the same time. At the same time in your process, in your journey. It could be in the same session. I personally like to alternate if I'm working with a beginner, back and forth every set. You can also choose specific days. So you can have one day where you focus on chest to wall, another day where you focus on back to wall, whatever works for you. But if you only work one of these, there's still a lot of lessons you're missing out on. So keep in mind they're both really important. So the wall is very important. We're going to use that a lot in many of the progressions, but you do want to experience the freestanding work earlier than you think, because what happens is, and I've mentioned this a few times, I'll probably mention it again, you don't want to build dependence on the wall. You don't want to use it as a crutch. And one of the ways to do that, to build confidence, is bailouts, of course, but also just starting to expose yourself to freestanding kick-ups. You don't have to be at the point where you're doing a freestanding handstand in order to benefit from these, because it's exposure. It's starting to expose yourself to the chaos so you get used to it. You know what it feels like. You can start to develop that coordination. And then when you actually do go for the freestanding kick-up, there's less shock because it's not a completely new thing. So really simple, very basic version. You don't have to be anywhere close to doing a handstand. You're gonna lean forward, put the weight in the hands, making sure the arms are vertical, kick and land. Different angle, lean, put the weight on the hands, kick and land, and come back to standing. Noticing I'm going really slow. You don't have to go that slow, but chances are, this is just what I see a lot, people go way too fast and they don't catch everything. They're trying to rush through the movement. So you don't have to go as slow as what I just showed, but it's better to go slow because then you understand. Everyone has different flexibility. Everyone has different positions when they put their hands on the floor. So I'm leaning. I make sure I have weight in my hands. I kick and I land real low. And when I land, I want to make sure I keep my hips high, because one of the issues people have is they land like this and it feels really heavy. So the hips high, and when I land, I keep my foot pretty close to my body, underneath the hip. And then also when I land, this is just to keep everything soft. I'm not smashing my foot into the floor. I'm rolling through the foot and I'm bending my knee, because none of this should be loud. This should all be like a whisper. The whisper, the way to land like a whisper anyway, is about absorbing and putting your foot and your hands in the right place. How do you learn to put them in the right place? You go slow, because we all have different proportions. Slow. Hands, kick. So now I did a switch. Scissor kick. Keeping my legs low, I'm keeping them bent, because right now the purpose is just to expose yourself to this movement. We don't need to go up to a handstand yet. Stay safe. Make sure you keep a push in your arms, and you go as high as you're comfortable with, but you can gradually increase the extension of the legs, right? Which, it's counterintuitive, but you actually kick higher when you extend the legs because you get more of a swing. You get a bigger kick. So you can start to extend, and you can start to go a little bit higher, switching, trying to get that flow time. I'm not doing any balance, and I'm keeping myself 100% safe right now. I'm not going towards a bailout. Of course, you should be able to go to a bailout if it does happen, because it will, but you want to figure out that coordination. How far away do I like to put my hands? How high do my hips have to be? How much do I bend my knee? And what does that timing feel like between the kick of the leg and the jump? And I want to get to that place where I feel this float time on the hands. Without trying to balance, without intentionally trying to stay up, you kick higher and higher, higher and higher, until you get more of that time upside down. And there's different ways to do it. Sometimes it's good to do just one at a time. Just one. Okay. Sometimes it's good to do multiples with your hands on the floor, because it's just an easy way to get more reps and correct as you go. But very important movement, and you want to start doing this essentially earlier than you think, because it's part of that playing protocol where it's not about sets and reps, it's not about how many you do, it's about playing around so you develop a better sense, a better appreciation of the movement, and a better understanding of this, because what it's going to turn into is essentially your freestanding kick up, where you add balance, and you want to start building enough control and versatility that you know how much force you need in your body to get there. So other variations we can do is traveling. This one, just a fun one to do, right? Instead of doing it in place, you change it up a little bit, so I can go forward like this. I can go backwards. There's a little bit of an extra shift in the shoulders. I can do the same thing with the scissor. So notice when I land, I lift the hands and I move the hands forward or the opposite direction. So there's a rhythm, there's a coordination. It's a way to get out of your head a little bit, but also just, if you have some space, you can play around with these traveling scissor kicks, traveling kicks to handstand. And as I mentioned earlier as well, you can add a legs together. That's a bit more advanced. So if you're still fairly low, that legs together is going to be kind of hard to coordinate. But if you feel like you have a good kick, a good switch, and a good flow time, legs together means you're fully committing to the handstand. And the reason I say that is when I spot a handstand, when I teach a workshop and I spot someone and help them, if I feel the legs coming apart, I don't know if they're trying to bail or not. And if someone's trying to bail, I don't want to keep them in it. I don't want to get kicked in the face either by accident. So it's like when you have that legs together at the top, even if it's momentary, it means that you're fully committing, even for a small duration, to being in that handstand, to reaching to the sky versus reaching at the floor. But essentially, yeah, the scissor kicks, eventually with balance, but at any level, you should be doing some amount of freestanding work. Even if you're a complete beginner, yes, you're gonna do conditioning. Yes, you're gonna spend time against the wall. You're also gonna do at least some variation of freestanding work because it's important. So a couple other details to think about, or it's better if you don't think about it, quite honestly, but it's good to be aware. So elbow position. Typically, what you should be doing in a handstand is the elbows, the pits of the elbows, these guys, they're gonna be facing each other. And what you wanna do is as you extend the elbows fully, this idea that your elbow pits go inside. Some people teach to rotate forward. I don't think it's wrong, but for me, it's hard to imagine this upward line of force, this vertical energy. So here, the elbow is facing in, and see what that does as it locks out my arms is it creates that solid structure. And it's quite common for people. Sometimes it's shoulder range of motion. So all right there, sometimes it's shoulder range of motion, or when they get into their end range, it turns into this. So they might be bending their elbows because it's hard to get the shoulders all the way overhead. Some people do have issues with fully locking out the elbows because we all have different elbow structure. Could be body tension, could be, too many bicep curls. It happens, I understand. But You just want to lock out as much as you can, because anytime you're outside of that lockout, you're using a lot of force. You're standing in a half squat instead of vertical. And while it's not wrong, while you can do the handstand like that, you're using more energy. And if you want to get into some of those more complex skills, it's not as efficient as it could be. So anytime you're in that handstand, you got to think about the elbows. If you catch yourself doing this, you got to give yourself a old slap on the wrist and straighten them out, because also the reality is that this is a very natural thing to do in a handstand. It lowers your center of gravity. It's what your body wants to do to make it feel safer. And it's counterintuitive to be in a full lockout. Your body might think it's dangerous as well if it's not something you're used to doing, so you have to specifically train yourself to do it. And unfortunately, it's not a good answer, but it's the best answer there is. You just have to focus on it. Like if you kick into your handstand and you're doing this a lot, right? As you kick, what's the solution? Is it getting stronger? Is it taping your elbows straight? I wouldn't recommend that either. I've seen some coaches do that. No, it's putting focus on the elbows. It's taking a moment here, locking out and trying to focus on holding that lockout until it becomes the norm. Because in the entry in the handstand, I don't want to lose my structure. There might be moments within your balance that you can use that breaking of structure to hold your balance, but that shouldn't be the norm. That shouldn't be the thing you do every time. That should only be something you do when you've lost other options. So straightening the elbows, keeping them straight as possible. You can also do a lot of these movements with a stick where you focus on keeping the elbows extended. And as I mentioned, handstand is very unique in that you do actually want completely locked out elbows, and most sports really don't require that, so it just might be a new concept for you. If it's a new concept, you just have to focus on it, train it. It will pay dividends later on. If you are one of those people that has just chronically tight elbows, you do what you can, right? There's nothing wrong with doing a handstand like this, but could be something else to work on for the future to get a little bit more extended and a better lockout. Now, some people have the opposite problem where they have a lot of hyperextension in the elbows, where instead of going here, I have a slight hyperextension. Elbows might go like that, right? Usually pretty extreme hypermobility. If it doesn't, so I generally say lock out your elbows. If it hurts you to go that far into the joint, then don't do it. You don't have to go that far. You have options, right? You do want to fully lock out, but to a point that you can do it safely. So just keep that in mind. Everybody's elbows are a little bit different, but essentially you do want a straight elbow. Now, one other discrepancy, just going off on a slight tangent, this applies for static handstand skills, locked out elbows. If I'm doing dynamic skills like handstand walks, cartwheels, my straight elbow is actually more like this. It's not bent, but it's to the point that if I need to catch myself, I can bend my arms in the way that they're supposed to bend. A little bit of a tangent, but essentially just something else to keep in mind. So this is my static handstand elbow. This is my dynamic handstand elbow. Very slight difference because dynamically there are variables that I may not be able to control, and the load may not be equal to my body weight. There might be those peaks where I don't want to hyperextend my elbow. So if it's not too much information, something to think about, but essentially when you're doing controlled static handstands, elbows straight, think about straightening your elbows, think about pushing your elbows in towards each other, and then that is your solid structure, which allows you to have that locked out handstand.
So the handstand shouldn't cause you pain, but you do have to realize that pain is complicated. There's a difference between pain and discomfort, but usually pain is a signal that something's not right. So you might have to figure out where it's coming from, whether it's wrist or shoulders. Do you need more conditioning, more flexibility, or a lot of times it's modifying your technique. So it's something to think about. Pain is not a good thing. You should enjoy the handstand. If it causes you pain, it's very difficult to enjoy it. So if you are feeling any kind of pain and discomfort, just take a step back, assess it, figure out where it's coming from, and try to figure out what you can do to improve that. Or even better, see a teacher, see a coach, because they can probably figure that out faster than you can. So now is the interesting part. This is where you can actually start to work on the balance. Now, you don't want to start to work on the balance too soon because, as I mentioned, you're adding more complexity. You're adding to the things that hopefully you've already done. And in this case, you want to have those prerequisites of a solid handstand foundation. So you want to have a 60-second wall handstand, plus or minus. You want to have control in your freestanding kick-ups. Bailout is going to be super, super important. So basically, once you have all of these baselines, it allows you to not have to worry as much about the physical prerequisites. So you have your handstand wall walks, which is much harder than the actual handstand itself. You have your 60 seconds wall handstand, because it shows that you can hold it long enough that you can add more to it, that you're comfortable in that position. Bailouts, you can't balance without learning how to fall, so you have to be able to fall out of the handstand. And of course, just having that freestanding kick up, because you want to understand the chaos of what it is to not have the wall, even if you're not fully going up to handstand. So essentially what you're doing is taking that foundational level of skill and you're adding a new skill to it. You're going to add the hands. And what ends up happening, so when I stand on my feet, my body is generally being controlled by how my feet push forwards and backwards. So I can make myself fall by pushing with my toes or pushing with my heels, and it's that movement of the feet that allows me to stay up, because it's actually very difficult to balance with only 2 points of contact. Most animals, right, they don't walk upright because I have a very high center of gravity, and even though it takes a lot less energy, I have more of a stack on my skeletal structure. The actual balance is a lot more difficult to hold, and even more so on the hands, because your arms are a lot smaller than your legs, your hands are a lot smaller than your feet, but it's going to be a very similar process. So you're going to take that base handstand that you hopefully already have, and you're going to add this hand movement, because that is what actually controls your balance when you're upside down. So we're going to have a section called priming the hands for balance, and this is developing that coordination of flexion, extension, and grip, so you can apply that to the actual handstand balance. So this is a section called priming the hands for balance. And essentially, if you think about it this way, as I mentioned, if you just kick up into a handstand over and over again, what are the chances that you learn all of these small details and learn how to balance? As an adult, it's going to be very small, so you have to focus on these different elements. And one of those elements in the handstand is something that's very specific to the handstand itself. It's learning this sensation of how to actually balance through the hands. And if you just do handstands over and over again, and you might learn this, but it's a lot easier to learn if you break the concept down, take it in isolation, and then you can add that and connect it into the handstand itself. So this is what the drill looks like. I can do it on my knees like this. I can also do it in a push-up position. I can do it with my butt up in the air. But the most important thing is that my arms are vertical, so I'm not behind my hands, because I want to be in an arm support that's very similar to what I would be in a handstand. So straight arms, fingers facing forward. And we haven't talked about this yet, but generally you want either the middle or the index finger to go forward in the handstand. It's not a hard and fast rule, but you're balancing in this direction, forwards and backwards, so that gives you the most leverage. Some people turn out their hands, which is not wrong, but it's just not going to help you. And if you're learning to balance, you don't have the same leverage like that. So keep the fingers facing forward. And this is what the exercise is going to look like. So I have my hands flat, relaxed. Everyone's hands are different. I like to spread my fingers out, but if you have them together, it's also fine. There's not a 100% where it has to look like this. It's more about understanding the concept. So here's the exercise itself. I'm doing very small flexion and extension, and you can see my forearm muscles dance a little bit. This is the movement that I'm doing, but I'm doing it in my arm support, in my 90-degree wrist position.
And what it ends up feeling like when I connect it to the floor is I'm pushing back and forth between the knuckles of the hand and the heel of the hand. And this is a very important movement because that's directly responsible for most of your balance in a freestanding handstand, is how well you can coordinate that flexion and extension. So I'm going back and forth, and when I understand that sensation, what I can start to add is speed. Because also, realistically, if you're in a freestanding handstand, you're actually going to be making several corrections a second. So it's not a slow movement. The faster and sooner you can react, the more still your handstand can be. And as I mentioned, that's a very specific skill. You're not going to learn that unless you work on it directly. But this is an exercise that helps a lot with that because we can isolate that specific coordination without being in a handstand yet, without being upside down, without connecting it to balance, just working on that fine-tuned movement. So that's part one. Just the forearms moving, shifting the weight from the heel of the hand to the knuckles of the hand. Now there is another layer to this. So when I have flat hands, there's nothing wrong with that, but I can actually get a better grip on the floor by involving my fingers. And it's not going to look the same for everyone, but this is generally how I like to teach it. So what I'm going to do is push down with my fingertips and then pull in. And as I pull in, it almost feels like an octopus creating this suction cup to the floor. Gives me a better grip. And this is what it looks like with my hands, is I have my palm flat and that middle joint of the finger lifts up, but the pads of my fingers stay down and they're connected to the floor. You don't want this to happen because then you've pretty much lost your grip. There are a lot of different kinds of grips. There's cup grips, claw grips. So I'm not going to tell you that you have to grip this way, but this is the concept. So I grip with my fingers, I pull in, and now I'm going to do that same exercise, that same forwards and backwards movement. But now what's happening, this is what it feels like when I do it, is I have more leverage. I feel like when I push, it's a lot stronger because my fingers are involved, and I feel that I can also go faster. So when I do this switching back and forth, I can go a lot faster when I have the fingers engaged. So the finger grip, if you're learning to balance, it's a really important concept. You'll watch toddlers do this naturally as well when they learn to stand on their feet. If you've been standing on your feet for a long time, you're probably not gripping with your toes, but toddlers are going to do a lot of this because they're getting that leverage, they're getting that connection with the floor. So when you're learning to balance, you want to have that grip. As you get better, you can learn how to relax the grip, but in the beginning, when you're first learning those balance corrections, right, having the fingers push down, curling those fingers in, and then feeling that connection and that coordination of being able to push forwards and backwards, because the next thing we're going to do is connect that to moving the whole body by using those tiny movements. So a really good exercise to start helping with understanding that coordination of the hands is the frog stand. Frog stand is unique because it allows you to put all of the weight on your hands, but it's not as scary as a handstand. It's not as hard as a handstand because your center of gravity is very low. So even in the worst case of falling, it's not going to be that bad, but it allows you to start developing this coordination before you have too much to think about. So this is what the frog stand looks like. There's a lot of ways to do it, but the way that I typically teach it is we connect the knees to the elbows, and basically I have this gap between my VMO and kneecap, and that goes directly on the tricep tendon. So I put my hands down, my elbows are going to be slightly bent, I lift my hips, and I put my knees on top of my elbows, and I slowly lean the weight forward. My feet get lighter and lighter as I lean forward to the point that I can lift my feet. And then I can start to feel that grip. I can start to incorporate a little bit of these movements, and it's easier to connect that for now before just doing it all the way up in a handstand because it's less to think about. I'm more comfortable in that position. Most important thing for a frog stand, my legs, if I align myself right, my legs are dead weight. I can completely relax them because I'm creating a shelf with my elbows. Now some people do like this with the knees outside of the elbows. Some people do the knees high up on the tricep. Nothing wrong with these techniques, but for me personally, if I have a really good connection here, my legs are just completely relaxed. I can just let them sink down and I'm not holding the weight of my legs and they're not falling either. But yeah, frog stand, it really lets you gain that confidence because essentially, to some degree, it is a handstand. I'm standing only on my hands and nothing else. It's just a very low handstand. It's a very compressed handstand. It's one that it's not difficult to balance in, and I can start to figure out what that feels like, right? I can start to do these little pulses of priming the hands, and I can also feel how it can control my balance before I get all the way up and it becomes a lot more sensitive. So yeah, definitely recommend frog stand. You don't have to spend too much time on this, but it is really good as a progression towards getting all of that weight in the hands and building that confidence. All right, so I'm holding the stick because we're going to talk about how to visualize this concept of what balance actually is on the hands. Handstand is a very unstable position because you have the highest possible center of gravity. You have only 2 points of contact on the floor, and they're very small and weak points of contact, so it's very unstable from a balancing perspective. So if you imagine a handstand as a stick, the stick, when it's vertical, is balanced and a very small amount of tilt, right? If I have the stick on the floor, a very small amount of tilt is already enough for the stick to fall. So it's this idea that if I just let the stick go, it will always fall. You might be lucky, right, when you're balancing your handstand. You might get a couple seconds, but a couple seconds in the grand scheme of things doesn't mean that much. It's of course a good thing to celebrate, but this is how balance works essentially. The stick is always in a state of falling. If it doesn't fall for a couple seconds, it's because it was in a really good position, but if I don't touch it constantly, it will always fall in some direction. So I always have to be making adjustments. And some people, I had this question actually once in a workshop, it was like, when can I expect the balance to happen? It doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen because balance is constant. You have to always be adjusting because if you're not adjusting, you're always falling. And if you're not adjusting, you're not going to be able to hold it very long. You have to continuously make those adjustments, and then it becomes this feedback loop. So your body is not a stick. It has, of course, a lot of moving parts, but for the purpose of balancing a handstand, you want to have your body as one piece. That doesn't mean you have to do this gymnastics thing where you squeeze a quarter in between your butt cheeks, tense your abs. I don't believe in this high tension handstand. I don't think it's the best way to do a handstand for balance. I think the gymnastics techniques have their own use for the purpose of gymnastics, but there's a lot of unnecessary things. But you do have to connect your body. It has to be one piece. So it's this idea that when I'm standing, I'm relaxed, but when I push with my toes, my whole body falls. So you have that connection. So the stick is an analogy, your body is one piece, and then my hand is going to be your actual hands. So it's like this, right? If the top of the stick is vertically aligned with the bottom of the stick, it's in balance. Once the stick reaches a certain angle, it's very hard to correct that fall, and it's going to be continuous falling. So you want to always think about where your body is, and that could be your feet, it could be some kind of visual connection, it could be just a sensitivity in your hands, but you have this vertical position and you're always trying to fight to come back to the vertical position. Now, the stick is actually more complicated than a handstand because the stick is falling in all directions. In a handstand, you can only fall in 2 directions. So because you have these 2 points of contact, you won't really fall to the side unless it was intentional, but you will always be falling either forwards or backwards, and you need to be constantly making those adjustments. So you have to be very vigilant. If you feel like you have a good balance, you don't want to celebrate right away because when you celebrate, sometimes you lose that focus for a second. You have to be focused, continuously making adjustments, continuously balancing. And the process of balancing is you are going to work slowly with the coordination and the control, but eventually what it turns into is this reflex, this autonomous thing where I'm balancing without having to think about it. And then we can add even more layers of complexity like body movement and leg movement. But essentially, this is the thought. Vertical is good. Not vertical, not as good. not vertical equals falling. So you're always fighting and always adjusting to come back to this vertical position. So the balance is always going to be an active thing, and that's a really important thing to understand. It's not passive. It's not going to randomly happen. It happens because you're making it happen consciously. And then it becomes something that's automatic, but only through a lot of conscious practice. So think of the body as a stick. Think of a connection between the bottom of the stick and the top of the stick. And think of always adjusting to keep that connection vertical, to keep that center line. And then of course, we're gonna apply this to the actual handstand itself. So we talked about the body being a stick. The body is not a stick, but every joint in the body does have some kind of responsibility, and they're all gonna work together to create that balance and create that connection. So we're just gonna talk about what every joint is going to do in the handstand, and we're gonna start from the top and work all the way down. So first is the feet. In terms of aesthetics, generally I train with pointed feet because I've trained with gymnasts, I've trained with dancers, I've also performed as a professional acrobat. Form is important. If you don't care about what it looks like, you don't necessarily need to point the feet, but generally what I try to do from an aesthetic perspective is feet pointed and then feet together. And if you want to be really picky, I don't always do this myself, is to try to take out the space between your feet like this, essentially. It makes for a clean line, but this is only for aesthetics. So if you don't care what it looks like, don't worry about it too much. But what the feet end up doing when you actually balance on the hands is the feet are the furthest point from the base. So if your body is connected as a stick, the feet are going to be the most sensitive to the changes in balance. So in this case, if I'm standing, it's my head. If my head moves too far off center, I'm off balance now. So in a handstand, it's going to be the feet. And one really good way to think about balance is to focus on the position of your feet and connect that to where you're looking in that goalpost between your hands. But essentially, the more the feet move, that's the indicator of how far off balance you are. So you want to keep the feet movement minimal, and assuming your body is connected, that's going to give you a more stable balance. But the feet are the furthest from the center, so that's essentially what's going to give you that feedback of if you're on balance, if you're off balance. It's not the only way to do it, but it's a good way to think about it, because again, if I was balancing the stick, the middle of the stick is much more difficult to focus on compared to the end of the stick, because the end of the stick is going to have the most movement. And when we are talking about handstand, centimeters, right? Half a centimeter off sometimes could be the difference between quarter of an inch for the standard folks. But even that small of an adjustment could be the difference between on balance and off balance. So we are working with very precise adjustments and very precise margins. So small movement in the hips, for example, is going to have less of an impact than a small movement in the feet compared to the rest of the body. So that's a way you can think about the balance. So next we're going to talk about the legs. The legs essentially should be acting like one leg. So yeah, you can do split handstands, you can do different shapes, but this is what I consider more advanced. In the beginning, it's best to get just a straight handstand, and legs together means it's a full commitment. Legs together means you're not reaching for the floor, you're reaching everything up for the ceiling. You have this vertical line of force, and you're thinking about that. And the legs, regardless of what your line is, you want to think about your legs extending and reaching. From an aesthetic perspective, you do want to have completely straight knees. From a mechanical perspective, if your knees are slightly bent, it's not going to make that big of a difference in your actual balance. But again, it's one of those things. What's your standard? What do you care about? And how much do you want to work to improve that? So if you're a CrossFitter, you may not care that much about straight knees. If you're a dancer, acrobat, gymnast, it is going to be really important. But the legs are vertical. So I'm reaching the legs up to the ceiling. I'm keeping them together, but I'm not squeezing them together. You can if you want, but you don't really need necessarily all of that body tension. It's doing less than you think to help you balance, but you do have to be very aware of the position of your legs. And again, the main thing that I don't like to see
if I'm coaching somebody is this lack of clarity of intent, which is why I'm so strict on legs together.
Because if someone's, even if they're balancing, if the legs start to come apart, I don't know, right? What's your intention?
Are you trying to commit to the balance, or are you bailing out and reaching for the floor? It's like half and half, and I don't know which one. And if I can't tell what you're doing, can you? So it's this idea of clarity of intent. What are you trying to do? And the legs together just shows me that you are trying to stay in a handstand no matter what, because you're not gonna bail out. You're not gonna come out of it by bringing both legs down in a straight body. You're probably going to kick one leg out. Okay, so next is the hip position in the handstand. Essentially, the hips should be fairly straight, especially if you're in that straight line. Hips are open. There are going to be different hip positions that you can use. Typically, if you're just doing a comfortable shape, keep it natural, right? Hips are extended. When I do it personally, I'm not squeezing my glutes, I'm not piking. It's essentially the same hip extension that I would have if I was standing, but there are variables here. Eventually, when you learn how to balance in different ways, you can move the hip position. You can use that to help yourself balance, or you can also create different shapes. But in that basic straight handstand,
We have, boom, legs together, and then the hips aren't really moving, right? My body is still, it's my hands doing the movement, and my glutes, that is a glute squeeze, so I'm not squeezing my glutes, but I am keeping my hips solid.
and because this is where my center of mass is, I do have to know the position of the hips. So there is that proprioception of where is the weight, where are different parts of my body, where are they sitting, and how can I manipulate them. Now, one other option that I do want to show, so if you're not in a straight handstand, if you're in, for example,
A slightly closed shoulder banana handstand, still the same, but now I have slightly more back extension, but I'm still keeping my hips immobile. And another option, some people like to pike a little bit like this. Also, not necessarily ideal,
but everyone's different. You're going to have different shapes, different options. So hips could be in different positions. But essentially, when I'm doing a solid balance, the hips aren't moving, and I'm not holding unnecessary tension within the hips. So next is going to be the midsection, the back, dare I say core. What does this do in the handstand? Because there's a lot of misconceptions. And again, I'm not saying this is the only way. This is just my perspective based on my experience. So if I'm standing, for example, am I squeezing my core? No, not really. It's not zero, but it's not active either. It's not braced as if I was to take a punch. So it's going to be, the way I teach it anyway, very similar to a handstand, because you're vertical, you're stacked. So this, it's going to be in different positions, right? If you're doing your straight alignment, you're going to have the ribs in, you're going to have the back flat. If you don't care as much, you can allow that natural curve in the back. Nothing wrong with that either. It just depends on your shoulders, depends on your standards. So the core, it's not zero, but it's not actively engaged either, for a few reasons. Number one is it takes focus away from the actual balance. If I'm doing this, it's not really helping me balance or hold myself, because I can stay immobile, I can stay locked out without that core tension, but I need that extra focus, especially if balance is something that's new, if it's something I'm working on. And it can also detract from your breathing. So when we breathe in a handstand, you don't want to breathe and expand your chest, because what that does is it changes the position, it changes the balance. So when you're breathing in a handstand, it's going to be a stomach breath. It's going to be a shallow stomach breath. If you are actively tensing your abs, like a lot of people suggest, you can still breathe. There is a concept, right? I'm breathing right now, obviously, with ab tension, but it can detract from that. So what I'm doing in the handstand as far as core and midsection is, I don't want to say nothing, because it's not that, but I'm not actively focusing on it. When we get into the wrists and shoulders, that's where my active focus is.
so if I'm in my straight handstand, yeah, I can squeeze my abs, right? But it didn't really do anything to help. And it takes extra awareness to do that and more energy. If I completely relax,
I can still hold the handstand like that, but it's not necessarily the best thing either. So it's just that minimal amount of tension to maintain the form, to maintain the position, and to still be
where I need to be. If I'm in my banana handstand or maybe a natural back arch, still the same thing. I'm not zero in my abs, but I'm not tensing either, and I'm not completely relaxing because I still want to maintain that connection. I still want to have that full body connection from my hands all the way through to my feet. Now, the gymnastics protocol, that's where a lot of the common knowledge comes from. It's a high body tension handstand. And one of the reasons they teach it that way is because they're working with kids. And if you've ever worked with kids, you'll find that they're naturally pretty loose and floppy, especially compared to adults who tend to hold on to tension a lot more. And also, the gymnastic skills, the gymnasts don't do a handstand just to hold the handstand. The gymnasts do a handstand also so they can do things like giants, handsprings, etc., etc. These are dynamic moves where there is a lot of force going through the body, and that is a movement where you do want to have that full body tension because it makes the move safer, but you can also transmit that force. In a basic static handstand, the force is just the body weight. Right? There's no extra impact, so because there's no extra impact, I don't need to have that extra body tension to hold myself up. So shoulders are probably going to be the most important thing in the handstand. It's essentially hands and shoulders, and the shoulders are responsible for your structure. The shoulders are what actually hold you up. There's a big misconception about core. This doesn't hold me up in the handstand. This does. So it's very important to understand what you should be doing with your shoulders. And the most important cue, the one you're going to hear all the time in pretty much every handstand class, more push, push. And in this case, basically my arms are up, the ground is here. Gravity wants me to do this. If I do this, I become unstable, and then I lose my handstand. So I want to do this. Doesn't necessarily mean you need to be at 100% elevation all the time, but it's not a terrible thing to do because the reality, especially when you're learning handstands, you're probably not as pushed out as you think you are. So basically, I have enough push to maintain that solid structure. This is a comfortable push. This is my maximal push, also very stable, but I don't necessarily need to be there. When I sink down, start to lose a little bit of stability. My shoulders now don't feel very solid. So if you have a question, if you're not sure what to do, more push. It's a very generic cue, but honestly, it's not a terrible thing to do because it can fix a lot of issues by just pushing more. But essentially, gravity wants you to do this, so you should do this. And you should do that enough to maintain a solid, stable structure. As far as body tension in the handstand, honestly, this is where most of the tension is going to be because this is what actually holds you up. Everything else, like I already did this demonstration a little bit, but basically I can have my legs in all kind of different goofy, weird positions in broken alignment, but as long as I have a good shoulder push in whatever angle I'm at, I can still hold the handstand. So my core can be zero. My legs can be zero. If my shoulders are zero, I will fall. If my shoulders are stable, everything else can be wherever it wants to be. Doesn't mean it's necessarily the best thing that you should be doing, but it's a demonstration that this is what actually should be engaged to hold you up. Now, as far as balancing goes, you don't want movement in the shoulders. So if the shoulders go like this, they're the bridge between the floor and the body. So any movement in the shoulders, the whole body has to move. So one thing that you do want to avoid as much as possible and try to work on is balancing through a still shoulder position. So if I'm bobbing and weaving and moving in my shoulders like this, it becomes very unstable. And it's not that you can't balance that way, it's very chaotic. So the shoulders in the ideal position should be completely still and immobile. You want to explore and find what that position is for you in order to get that stability and that stable handstand. Can't stress enough the importance of solid shoulders. Next is the elbows. So elbows straight as they can go, facing in, and then also shouldn't be moving. Essentially, in a still handstand, which is one of the goals of this course,
The only joint that should really be moving is the wrist, the hands and the fingers, which I will talk about. So elbows, they help create that structure. They help create that lockout. If your elbows are bent, it now becomes a lot heavier. It becomes a less efficient movement. So it's just one of those things. You may not be used to fully extending your elbows if you haven't done this kind of work before. So keep in mind, work up to it, start to build those habits. Every so often, remind yourself about straight elbows. If you catch yourself bending your elbows, give yourself a good slap on the wrist. Do it again and do better, because straight elbows make a huge difference when it comes to handstand progressions. And then finally, we have the hands. So the two most important things in the handstand, in the whole progression, if you have these two things, everything else can be essentially whatever you want it to be. Hands and the shoulders. Shoulders are the structure, shoulders hold you up, hands are going to be responsible for the balance. So one really important thing to keep in mind as far as hands and shoulders is a vertical line of force. So from my hand, I want my arms to be completely vertical. Some people balance with their arms like this, which is what I would call a mini planche. It's not wrong, but it's also putting more pressure on the wrist and the shoulder compared to what it needs to be. Very similar to if I was standing like this, it's more pressure on my knees compared to standing like this. So you want a 90-degree angle with the wrist because that helps relieve some of the pressure. It helps make the skill easier, and it means that you have that vertical line of force. And then the wrist is gonna balance you. Right? So when my body is still, when I'm acting as a stick, the balance is coming from the hands. So I'm making these constant adjustments through my hands, and it's these adjustments that allow me to stay up. Because if I don't adjust, if I'm in a good position, I can stay for a couple seconds, but eventually I will fall. So a stable balance usually is going to be making several adjustments per second. When you first learn these adjustments, it's going to be a conscious effort. Eventually, it's going to shift to being more automatic, which is what allows you to do more complex handstand variations. But the wrists are the most active part of the handstand because this is constantly moving when I'm balancing, and it's constantly making those adjustments so I can stay in position. So one other thing that you can play with as far as the wrist goes is where you like to keep the weight. And there's a lot of ways to do this. There's a lot of discrepancies, but essentially you have three parts of the hand: fingertips, knuckles of the hand, and heel. You're not gonna have all the weight in the fingertips, so usually as far as where you keep the weight, it's gonna be between the knuckles or the heel of the hand, and it depends also on your preferences and skill level. So if I'm gonna show you on the feet, if I stand, I'm usually in the middle of the foot somewhere. If I go to the toes, I can balance a little bit better, right? I'm on my toes, I have more control, but also there's more tension in my feet just from holding myself up. If I go back to my heels and balance, it's better structural support, but also it's dangerous because this can happen. So essentially in your handstand as well, you want to figure out where you like to keep the weight, and it's going to be somewhere here. Personally, I like to keep as much weight in the heel as possible, but still leaning towards the knuckles to have that control. If you're still new to handstands, it may be better to have more weight in the middle of the hand just because it's a bit more central. But essentially, it might be hard to see on camera, so this is me going all the way back to the heels, but still balancing. This is me going towards the knuckles. Slight transition. But this is also another thing to keep in mind is kind of where you like to put the weight. And if you go too far to either side, either you're going to fall or it's going to be really heavy. So if you go too far towards the fingers like this, it's going to be a lot more tension in the wrist. It's going to be a heavier handstand. If you go too far towards the heels, you're more likely to fall and lose the balance because it's more sensitive. So it's another thing that you can start to think about is where is your central weight distribution? Because when we do talk about balance, there's a forwards and backwards element, which is constant, but there's also going to be a central point And it's like, what is your central point that you don't really have to make a lot of adjustments coming back to? So I can't tell you what that's going to be. My own center point has changed quite a bit in my own practice. So it's something to think about, is where is your central alignment within the weight distribution on the hands? And then how much work do you have to do going to either side of that? And then the other thing we're going to talk about is what is the head involvement in the balance. So typically the head is going to look like this. Slight neck extension, but still pretty neutral, looking at that goalpost in between the hands. Some people teach with the head neutral. This isn't wrong. It's just that when I do a handstand like this, there's a lot of visual input, but there's not a lot of visual reference. So I see a lot of things, but none of that really equates to where my balance actually is. So yes, you can learn to balance like this, but it's a lot harder. So my recommendation, unless you're doing it for a specific reason, like if you're doing capoeira, for example, yes, you have to look because you have to be able to see someone trying to kick you. But if you're just doing a handstand to learn a handstand, you will have the best balance and the easiest balance by looking between the hands. And when you do look between the hands, it's going to be like this, right? Just a slight neck extension. I don't want to over crank. I don't want to feel this get tight. Neck is still relaxed, looking up between the hands, and it's going to be something like that. If you were to put a camera right between my hands, you would essentially see my whole face. Some people teach like this, looking through the eyebrows. I think it's a little bit awkward. If I'm looking at the floor, I want to look at it straight on. But yeah, as I'm in the handstand, I'm looking at the floor. There are more advanced progressions where you can look and move the head different ways. I wouldn't recommend getting into that until you're pretty solid, because that is very disorienting. But basically, as far as orientation, as I'm balancing, I'm looking at the floor the whole time. I'm either looking at a point in the floor, or maybe I'm just staring out into the void and imagining where my body is in relation to that void. But essentially, this is going to be the gaze, and then just a slight neck extension to make it easier. This is the role of all the different joints in the handstand. Hopefully it gives you a bit of perspective. The next thing we're gonna do is apply this and start to work balance on the wall. So we're connecting these different coordinations and starting to build that actual sensation of balance. So the wall is a valuable tool for learning how to balance, but remember, it is just a tool. And also remember, the whole purpose of using the wall is to gradually build up those sensations to the point that you don't have to use the wall. So like any tool, it can be used and it can be misused. And the way that a wall would be misused is without doing a handstand. If I lean against the wall like this, I'm not teaching myself to actually use my own body to hold myself up. So if you do this kind of handstand against the wall, it's not useful. And then also keep in mind, if I'm pushing off the wall to get into balance like this, it's also one of those things that's not going to be helpful when I actually do freestanding balance. So what you want to do, any of the wall handstands, the touch should be as light as possible. You get to this point, no matter your alignment, my feet are barely touching, barely brushing against the wall. You need that sensitivity to feel your weight distribution. I also recommend, not necessary, but you should be doing this barefoot. And the reason is, again, nothing wrong with wearing shoes, but the shoes take away from some of that sensitivity. And you want to feel exactly how much weight is in the feet. So essentially what you're going to do when you do these wall balance drills is from this wall handstand, you engage the hands. So you're doing this movement to change the weight distribution. And as you move the hands, you slowly shift the weight off the wall using your own body, and then you bring it back. So the basic progression is going to be something like this. Maybe I'm in my wall handstand. I just engage the hands to feel that connection. The next step is going to be using the hands to shift the weight, right? So I'm showing you on my feet, but essentially what I'm doing is not pushing off the wall, but changing the weight distribution in my feet to bring myself off the wall. I can do it this way as well, although it looks kind of awkward doing it like I got put in timeout. But I'm using my feet to bring myself off the wall. And in the beginning, that's gonna be like a pulse, right? A back and forth. And then it becomes 1 to 2 seconds balance. Bring it back.
Remember, repetition, it's not what you can do once, it's what you can repeat. So 1 to 2 seconds balance, come back. I should be able to repeat that multiple times over. It's not a max hold. It's about consistency. Then I can build up more time. Whoop, I fell. Maybe 3 to 4 seconds, maybe 5 to 7 seconds. But it's when I do these holds, and I'll show you in the handstand as well, I don't want to be maxing out. That's what I call getting greedy, is you hold it so long that you fall out. Remember, you want to come out intentionally. So hold for a couple seconds, bring it back, reset. Hold for a couple seconds, bring it back, reset. And eventually what we should be going for, the kind of marker for balance, is 10 seconds. When we get to a 10 seconds balance, it's probably not an accident. You can balance 5 seconds, being lucky. Accident. 10 seconds is usually that cutoff where it's probably intentional. You were probably trying to do it and it was long enough that luck didn't have that much of a role in it. So essentially, yeah, when you're doing all these wall balance drills, go slow, be very gentle. It's a lot more subtle than you think. You don't want to do any kind of sudden moves. Everything is controlled, and it's the hands that are moving the weight of the body, and they're controlling the weight of the body within that small point of balance. So that is the theory of using the wall, but next we have to put it into practice. So in the chest wall handstand, hopefully you're already comfortable there. What you want to start doing now is basically adding these separate concepts that we've developed. So all you're going to add is this. And it seems like it may not be much, but it's a very subtle thing. And once we get into the balance, it's more difficult than it seems to really get that coordination right. So the first variation, I'm going to get into my chest to wall, and I'm just moving the hands. I'm not even moving my body. Just to get that coordination of activating the flexion and extension of the wrist. Next, I'm going to push into the heel of the hand. I'm extending the wrist. The feet go forward, and right away I push with my fingers to bring it back. And the rest of my body, very important, and also not the easiest thing to do. So there's no push off the wall. The feet are together. The feet are basically gliding. They slide off the wall. It's a very passive thing. You don't want to push with the feet. I'll show you what that looks like. And the rest of the body should also be completely still. So you don't want to change the body shape to come off the wall. Essentially, the instruction that I'm giving is you're trying to, the direction is simple. You come off the wall, but you want to do it in the most subtle and most precise and most difficult way possible, because that's going to be the best for your balance. So you get into your chest to wall, find your position, using only the fingers. Very slow, very subtle. Find that position and right away bring it back. Bring it back, controlling with the hands. And then you can get longer balances, right? 1, 2, come back, reset. 1, 2, 3, reset. 1, 2, 3, 4, come back. So you get these. What to avoid? Something like that, right? Moving the body, pushing off the wall, using the shoulders to come off. It's not, nothing is wrong, but the worst thing that you can do, in my opinion, when you do these is pushing off the wall, because you're teaching yourself an unrealistic way to balance. Because when I'm freestanding, there's no wall to push off of, so you have to learn how to manipulate the position of your own body using the hands. Very subtle, but basically, yeah, you're building up these moments, and you want to build up to these 10-second balances. Doesn't have to be exact, but keep it consistent. And remember, you're working with what you can repeatedly do. So let's say I'm doing 30 to 60 second sets, right? I can count how many times I come off and come back, because I want to repeat that. Or eventually I can start to think about the ratio, right? If I'm getting longer holds, it's like if I did a 30-second set, was I in balance at least 15 to 20 seconds of that with minimal rest time? So you start to essentially work endurance and technique at the same time. But one more round. So finding chest to wall, very subtle. Just a little bit of push with the heels, keeping the line, and that's enough to get into balance. and working that precise sensation of controlling the body with the hands.
And then the back to wall handstand, same idea. You're going to start to work the hands, the fingers. It's the opposite direction. So basically you want to work both chest and back to wall balance because they're both teaching you to balance in different directions. And you're going to be utilizing both of those in the freestanding handstand. So get into your back to wall handstand. From here, feet are very light, just the heels touching. I'm going to push with the fingers. So first, just feel the push, feel the engagement. Handstand is still solid. And then that push with the fingers should be enough to get my feet to come off the wall. Just like that. In the beginning, small moments. Very subtle. So for this one, it's really easy to go too far and come out, right? I talked about that. If you go too far to the heels, it's a dangerous balance. So it's how much. And usually should be going slower than you think, and you should be doing less than you think. If you think you're moving inch by inch, you should be doing less than that. Go really slow, find that point that the feet start to come off, find that control. This is an exercise in precise control. So once again, you don't want to be kicking or pushing off the wall. You don't want to be separating your legs because it changes the exercise, and you want to be precise with only one variable. The only variable that should be moving is this, the wrist. The wrist is what controls all of the weight distribution, and this is what allows you to create that still balance, and you have to develop this very specific coordination and sensation of what it feels like to control that. So we got our back to wall handstand. Push with the fingers, 1 second. Come back, reset. 1, 2, reset. 1, 2, 3, reset. Remember consistency. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, up to 5 seconds, up to 10. We continue this, but it should be, of course, you're gonna fall. This is part of balance. But the whole lesson here is to move as slowly and subtly and as gentle as possible, and really feeling that control and connection. The hands control the whole body. You don't have very much margin for how much to move, so you start to develop what's too far. How much control do I have within that space of balance on the hands, continuously moving? And again, in the beginning, you push with the fingers to come off the wall. You can either let go or push with the heels to come back to the wall. And then you get those couple seconds of balance. You dip your toes in the water, you be consistent, and then you balance a little bit longer, until you start to get longer holds of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Reset. And if you can do that a few times in a row without coming down, that's pretty good. That means you're starting to develop this intentional understanding of balance, which is going to help a lot when you start doing freestanding and adding more chaos. And quite honestly, this is where people don't spend enough time. They want to get freestanding balance right away. The reality is, if you're not taking the appropriate steps, you may or may not learn it from just doing the freestanding balance. And I've just seen a lot of people work through the handstand and get stuck because they went a few steps ahead too far. And this is a very humbling step because you got to spend time there, but working that specific sensation of balance and just taking a little bit of time to do that is going to help a lot, because then you can apply it much better to freestanding. So something to keep in mind, spend time here. Use the wall, it's a tool. The goal is to not use it, but the wall is going to help you understand how to intentionally balance yourself so you take out the guesswork. So when you go for your freestanding handstand, it's not, well, I hope I can balance, I don't know. It's not that, it shouldn't be that. It's, I know how to balance because I trained it, because I developed that sensation. So it's not a question as to whether or not I'll hold it. I know I can hold it because I know I have this confidence and this understanding of how to use the hands and control that. So make sure you're working chest and back to wall balance, and just take time with it. So the next exercise in the progression is the handstand wall scissor, and what this allows you to do is just wean yourself away from the wall. You can get a little bit more distance and it gets a little bit closer to a freestanding handstand, but it's still another step. It's good to have those steps you can take. So there's a lot of ways to do this. I have a preference with how I teach it. So we're doing a chest to wall handstand, and rather than being super close to the wall, we're gonna be at about a half meter. It's about 1.5 feet for the standard folks. So somewhere here, right? Because what I want is about a 45-degree angle with the legs. And this is essentially simulating the top of the kick up. So one thing that I do want to make sure, I'm not trying to get into a big split. I want my hips to be square, and I'm not really challenging the flexibility limits. So it's almost like a Y, right? The letter Y. These are your legs, and you're going to have that center line, because that's going to be a really important thing to think about when we start balancing. So first progression is just using the hands and bring the feet off the wall, or the foot rather. Now this foot, it's pointed. Why? Because it looks pretty, but also because I'm less inclined to push off of it. So first order of business is just find that split, because that is going to be the top of your kick up. Second progression is switching, and when I'm switching the legs, they're both moving at the same time, so I maintain that center balance. And the third progression is legs together, because that is full commitment. And this exercise should still be done with a good pace, slow, control. Again, I didn't fall out. I came out because I wanted to. Are you going to fall out when you practice this? More than likely. But try to be patient, try to keep control. So what this is doing is, first of all, we're further from the wall, so it's a bit more commitment to a freestanding handstand, and it's also simulating what happens at the top of the kick up. One leg comes up, maintaining balance, you bring both legs together, and it's helping to build that coordination while the hands are active, because there's actually a lot of stuff going on when the legs are moving and the hands are moving at the same time. And my focus is pretty much always on the hands. This tells me the most. It gives me the information that I need about my weight distribution, about where my body is. But the wall scissor, again, it's very tempting to do one of these, to push off the wall. As soon as you push off the wall, if you did that in a freestanding handstand, you would have fallen. You're done, because there's nothing to push off of. So you want to use your own body rather than trying to rely on this external force. So if I do like this is not a very useful way to do the wall scissor, because it's not controlled. Whoa, whoa, full commitment, both sides. Leg, and then bring both legs in, hold for a couple seconds, come back. And also, just like with the other progressions, don't get greedy. Start with 1 or 2 seconds, then you can build it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, relax, all the way up to 10 seconds, and you start to get holds that are less reliant on the wall, but still allow you more control than just doing a freestanding kick up. Can you do this back to wall? You can. I don't recommend it. It's not wrong, it's just hard to find that same sensitivity and weight distribution. So can you do this? Sure, but typically I'll do even sets with the regular chest and back to wall handstands. But when it comes to the wall scissor, I really favor the chest to wall variation, because it allows much better control, and it's shifting your weight in the direction that it would be if you were to kick to a handstand. Whereas if I do it back to wall, it's kind of going in the other direction. So it's not giving me that same amount of help. But this is a fantastic exercise because, again, as I mentioned, you're weaning yourself away from the wall. You're starting to work freestanding handstand far enough away from the wall that it is legit, but you're still developing that control, that coordination, and that time so you can have that control before you go into the chaos of the freestanding kick up. So one more time, handstand wall scissor,
Shoo. Good lockout. One leg goes forward. Come off the wall. Switch. Legs together. Hold. Legs together. Hold. Everything is completely controlled. Now I'm done with my set. I came out intentionally because I wanted to come out. Very useful exercise. Definitely something that you want to start working on once you've developed confidence with that basic wall balance close to the wall. So before you start doing the freestanding handstand on the floor, one thing that's very helpful, not necessary, nothing is really necessary, but it's very helpful, is isolating the kick up itself. So just the entry and making sure you can get to a handstand every time consistently, because this makes it a lot easier to actually find the balance. And when you connect the balance, it's a lot easier and you're less likely to overcorrect or waste energy, which can be very frustrating. So essentially, kick up to handstand. There's a few drills that I use and there's a lot of different theories behind the drills, but this is the way I enter. There's a lot of ways to enter. In gymnastics, you might do this big one, but I try to keep the movements compact and controlled. So similar to what you did in the basic kick-ups, but now you have a different intent. So hands down. Lean the weight into the hands. You don't have to go that slow, but it should be controlled. Shoulders pushed, elbows straight. I'm gonna kick and come back. And the goal here, so I'm not actually doing any balancing. I'm trying to keep my hands pretty relaxed. And what I'm trying to do is coordinate exactly how much kick and push I need with the legs to get myself into a handstand that I could balance, but not trying to balance it because it's about precision. It's about exactly how much to kick. It's not about power. I can do these switches. It's about coordinating exactly how much so that doesn't happen. And basically, it's going to be one of three things that are actually going to happen. If you don't kick high enough, you're going to fall right back down. So if you're coaching yourself, that's a good cue. Okay, I need to kick more. If you kick too much and you have to bail out, then you kick too far, so you have to bring it back. And you have to split the difference and find that middle ground. And the goal here is to kick just enough to get yourself into a position where you could balance. And not only to kick just enough, but to get there every time. If you only get there 1 out of 5 times, 1 out of 10 times, it's not enough because you want to be consistent. Remember, the skill that you have, it's what you can do repeatedly. If you can only do it 1 out of every few, you've done the skill, but you don't own it yet. And consistency is very, very important. So I have kick, come down. I have scissor, kick and switch, which is really good because you're working both sides. And I can also do the same thing, popping the legs together. I'm always pushing with my shoulders down into the floor. Another thing that I'm doing with my shoulders is opening up a little bit. This depends on your own preferences, but it helps you get into a little bit of a better line. What I'm doing now is multiple repetitions and finding that consistency, hitting that handstand every time. And again, I'm not really trying to balance. I'm just trying to get there. I'm trying to find that accuracy. So the accuracy is, like, imagine, right, you're an archer, or with firearms as well, you have groupings. So if I did 5, can I hit the target 5 out of 5? Great. If I missed it a couple times, what can I do? What adjustments do I need to make in order to find that consistency? And then also, one of the common mistakes people make here is they think they need power and momentum, have to go into it fast. You really don't. You're really only using a fraction of your power, and you have to understand that. You have to be patient with it. So for example, I like the analogy of the sport of curling. So it's not about how far, right, they're rolling this thing on the ice to hit a specific target. It's not about maximum power. It's about using precisely the right amount of power to get to where they need to go. So if I think of minimalism, efficiency, using as little energy as possible, I want to kick just enough to get me into position without having to make extra corrections. And another analogy that I really like here is I'm driving in a car, I see the light turned red and whatever, a couple hundred yards in front of me. I'm gonna coast to the red light because I can save my brakes. If I gas and then brake, maybe I'll get there faster, but I'm wearing out the car. So, getting used to just doing these kick-ups. And this isn't about reps, this is about playing around with the movement enough until you have that sensitivity to know exactly how much you need to get you where you need to go, or you have enough understanding to make those corrections if you have to, as far as how much to kick. But basically, when you're practicing your handstand, you don't have to be balancing every time, and I highly recommend doing this part of the practice where there's no intention of balance. It's just about how consistent can I be in hitting that position. Entry of the handstand is just as much part of the handstand as the handstand itself. Right? If you can do a 30-second handstand, fantastic. But if it takes you multiple tries to get to that 30-second handstand, not a bad thing, but it means that you don't truly own the skill because it takes you multiple tries. So remember, what you can do is what you can repeatedly do. It's what you can do eventually under imperfect conditions as well. And in order to really have that understanding, you want to be able to isolate these different elements. So the kick up is a really important element, and being able to kick up without the pressure of balance, just getting to that position consistently is gonna pay dividends for your practice. Highly recommend it. Just set a timer, work on your kick-ups, work on them in different ways. Work on continuous kick-ups, work one at a time, work different entries, try to be casual when you go into it. Some people want to do a lot of extra shifting, right? Nothing wrong with that, but it's nice if you can be very minimalistic about your movements. Like, here's my spot, put my hands down, I shift the weight into the shoulders, I kick up, and I find the position. Maybe I have to make some corrections, but it's minimal movement. Control your exit as well. Everything controlled. I came down because I wanted to. But yeah, very, very important. Work those kick-ups in isolation by themselves. Get confident, get consistent. Makes it much easier to balance. So I want to also mention some people use the wall to practice their kick-ups. Again, there's nothing wrong with anything, but you want to specifically get used to the chaos of freestanding because the wall can be a crutch. And I've heard this comment a lot on my teaching experience as well, where, oh, I can do the handstand perfect next to the wall and consistent, but when I get away from the wall, it's just something doesn't click. Well, if you get used to the wall always being there, you're not teaching yourself to make all those adjustments on your own. So it's very important to do this freestanding because freestanding you can fall and you have to deal with that and you have to deal with making those corrections, or it can be frustrating, but it can be rewarding because you've stepped over that bigger hurdle. So generally when you're doing this kind of freestanding kick-up work, I don't recommend using the wall. I recommend just being very aware of your movements, and if you kick over so far that you fall, bring it back, dial it back so you make the adjustments to know exactly how much kick you need, and that chaos helps you to make those refinements and adjustments. So this is the freestanding handstand. This is the culmination of everything that we've built up to. So all of the elements combined in one move. And really when you've achieved this, it is something to celebrate because there's not a lot of people that can do this. And it's a skill that you've earned. It's not a skill that you can get for free. You have to put in the work to be able to do this. And it is a combination of so many different things, but you have that body control. And for me, that's one of the things that makes handstand so interesting is your body is your instrument. It's your home. You're telling it to do something and your body does it. You have that kind of fine-tuned and precise control. So again, it's everything at once. You find your position on the floor, you get into it, you kick, and you balance. And my hands are active the whole time. I'm looking between my hands, either at a point on the floor or past the floor. It's always that feedback loop, right? So I'm always making constant adjustments through my hands. The push in my shoulders is consistent. My hands are shoulder width, my elbows are straight. My body is in a straight line that's comfortable for me to hold. I'm in a vertical alignment. And my body is overall pretty relaxed. I'm not super tense, right? I can be more relaxed if I want to, but then my form starts to go. However, my shoulders, those remain constant because it's the shoulders that actually hold you up. So the shoulders and the hands are always working, and I came down because I was done. Not because I fell, not because I lost control, but because I was done with my set. So there's a lot of variables here, of course. Sometimes you have to work and just fight for the balance. Sometimes your kick-ups are gonna be off. Sometimes you have to make different adjustments that aren't with your hands. So you have the different layers of balance and you use that when you have to, but it shouldn't be the major thing. And there's a lot of ways to build up to this. And there's a lot of ways to quantify progress. So the obvious one is time, right? You can time yourself, and when you hold longer, obviously that's progress. But also just overall comfort, overall awareness, consistency, how well you breathe, how well you're aware of the outside environment, because this isn't the end of the handstand. This is the end of the basic handstand, and it's also the beginning of the intermediate and advanced practice, because all of those layers of complexity that we built, there's more. You can add more of those. But this, when you can balance a freestanding handstand for 30 to 60 seconds with decent form, with a consistent kick up, that means you're solid. That means you've built the foundation. If you want to stop there, that's fine too, because you've achieved a thing that not a lot of people have achieved, and you've put in the work to do that. But it also means that if you want to go further in the practice, you have this foundation that's fantastic to build off of. So the kick, the balance, if I need to get into the different layers of balance, I have that. But also, what you want to focus on is stillness, because it's normal to have these wobbles, but eventually you want to have this almost illusion of a still balance. It's never a still balance, you're always active. However, when you minimize the corrections that you make, you can create more of a still balance, which is more efficient, but also can be more aesthetic as well. And again, I come down with control. Blood rushes to my head, but I'm always breathing, so I can manage that. You do want to make sure that you're always breathing in a handstand. And yeah, everything that we've done, this doesn't have to be your practice all the time. So just because you're working freestanding handstand doesn't mean you still don't need to go back to the wall sometimes. You can still fix things, you can still work on your line, you can still work on your refinements. But yeah, it's one of the things that drew me into calisthenics, to bodyweight training, to handstand, is just this idea that you don't need equipment, all you need is yourself. And it's what I call the talent equalizer, meaning that you have to work for it no matter what. The strongest, most flexible person, they might learn it quicker, but they still have to put in the work. Everybody has to put in the work. It's not something that you learn by accident. So yeah, this is one of the reasons why I love the handstand. And not only that, it is accessible. Like literally anyone can learn it, but it's not gonna happen in a day. You have to take your time, you have to put in the work, you have to respect the long-term process, but it is very much possible. So, freestanding handstand. And it's fun to do and it feels cool, right? It's like this, almost, I guess as close as humans can get to flying is one way to think about it. I'm flying and I'm controlling myself. And it's a very specific control of the body that feels cool to be able to do. And of course, this isn't the only method, it's not the only technique, but I do want to cut out a lot of the unnecessary things and just get you to focus on your handstand and get to that place where you're doing it. It's a great accomplishment. If you've already gotten this far, fantastic. Don't celebrate just yet because there's always more work to do, but you can give yourself a little bit of a pat on the shoulder. You've done something, but keep going, get more consistent. And if you want to train the fancier stuff, you always have that option as well. And sometimes you also have to deal with the failure, right? This sometimes happens and maybe you get mad at yourself. No, it's okay. Pick yourself back up, you laugh it off, you do the next one, hopefully it's better. Maybe it's not better. Maybe you fall and have to bail out. That's part of the process too. And that's one of the things also I like about the handstand, is there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee that you're gonna
make this. There's no guarantee of success. You have to put the work in, and you are going to have good and bad days, and also how you deal with those bad days is going to be a major factor as well. And yeah, it comes down to that consistency. And the other thing that's really interesting about handstand is the progress is not going to be linear. It's not going to go like this. It's going to go like this. You're going to have days where you're rock solid. Boom, hit your balance, no problem. And then you're going to have other days where you're all over the place. And you're falling, the balance isn't there, you're collapsing. So you also have to learn how to deal with that and modify the practice to challenge you for that day. And ultimately it's a curve like this, but your baseline goes like this. But other than that, I hope you enjoy the process. I enjoy the process. I love doing handstands. I love teaching them. It's a really fun skill. I hope more people can appreciate what it is just to get upside down. And when they think about fitness, you can start to think about actually practicing a skill to get better at, as opposed to only doing whatever, movements, machines, hamster wheel. Nothing wrong with that, but I like learning skills. I like learning how to control the body in different ways, and the handstand is just one fantastic way to do that. So core strength is a common myth. Basically, think about it this way. When you're standing vertically on your feet, how much core strength do you need to hold yourself up? Is your core engaged? Depends on what you call engagement. It's not zero, right? I'm sitting right now. My core, it's not completely relaxed, but it's soft. I'm not bracing. The only time I really brace is, quite honestly, if I'm lifting heavy or if I'm going to take a punch. If you're going to punch me in the gut, I'm going to brace my core. I'm not going to brace my core to do a handstand. I have to understand where it is. I have to understand core positioning. I need core control, but to flex it, in my opinion, it's oftentimes counterproductive because it takes extra attention to do that, and it's not directly responsible for your balance. Now, that depends on the technique, of course. If you're doing a gymnastics handstand, that body tension is important for the form and to basically transmit force and keep everything safe. But in terms of just a basic handstand, you don't need a ton of body tension. It's a lot less than you think. And you don't really need any more core strength or core tension than you would just holding your body upright. There's no solid answer. There are a lot of variations of that, but essentially if I'm laying down and doing a hollow hold and holding my legs up, that's way more core strength than I would ever need in basically any kind of handstand. Again, unless I'm specifically doing a gymnastics variation for a dynamic transition. So short answer is core strength is not that important in handstand. Doesn't mean you should completely forget about it, but it's not your priority and it's not where your main focus needs to be. And just a couple troubleshooting concepts that sometimes people have issues with. So the wrists and shoulders. So number one is, are you having trouble with the shoulders opening, right? The first answer is, have you done these assessments? Do you have the actual flexibility? If you don't, something that you should be working on if your goal is an open shoulder handstand. But quite honestly, how much do you care? Because this is still a handstand. This is still a very successful handstand. It doesn't cause me pain. So if that's fine with you, cool. If you want to get straighter, you're going to have to spend time opening your shoulders, getting more flexible, which involves stretching. And the other thing is actively opening your shoulders in the handstand. So take the time maybe to get here, and how much can you push? How open can you get? Can you still apply that to your balance? Go slow, and I know it's kind of an asshole answer, but have you tried actually putting conscious effort into doing that and going slowly? Because a lot of the time people don't. So take that time to acclimate. Open shoulder handstand, quite honestly, is more difficult because you have a higher center of mass when you do this. So you just have to get used to it. You have to build the shoulder flexibility, but also the confidence to hold yourself there. So take the time, keep working on it, work on the flexibility, but also the technique and the positioning. And then the other thing, wrist pain, right? My wrist hurt when I do this. You will probably get some kind of wrist pain and soreness in your hand balancing journey. This is just part of the game. It's part of life. The first thing is make sure you're doing a good wrist warm-up. That's going to help alleviate a lot of that, actually put some time and care into your wrist. The second thing to focus on is, again, technique. How are you holding yourself? Is it that your wrists are weak and deconditioned? Maybe, but also maybe you're doing a handstand in a way that's putting more pressure on the wrist. Because one of the common things that I see people do is this mini planche, where they do a handstand like this, where they lean their shoulders forward. If I do a handstand like that, that's really hard on the wrist. I'm essentially compressing it this way. If I do it once, not a big deal, but if that's my regular practice, yeah, of course it's going to cause some wrist pain. So one thing other than actual warm-up and getting the wrists stronger and more flexible is make sure you're in a position where you're not putting unnecessary strain on the hands, where your arms are vertical. There are other options. You can use different apparatus, you can use parallettes, you can use blocks, but I like the practice on the floor because you're not dependent on an apparatus. No matter where you are, as long as there's gravity, you're always gonna have a floor to balance on. So a lot of the time this pain, it comes from not necessarily your lack of preparation, but also your technique. And also keep in mind to monitor your volume, right? You want to slowly ramp up. So if you went from doing no handstands in your life to 5 days a week practice, doing maybe 30 to 40 sets, just throwing out random numbers, yeah, maybe you went too fast for the physical acclimation. So it's another thing to keep in mind. In general, the practice shouldn't cause you pain, but there will be moments of discomfort, and you have to kind of assess where it comes from, whether it's a technique issue, whether it's a physical issue, whether it's a personal restriction. But in general, most of the time, the answer of my wrists hurt can be solved with, number one, do you actually warm up your wrists? And if not, you should. Number two, fix your technique, because if you do it a certain way, it's less stress on the body. So just a couple ideas on common issues that people have. So after you've gotten your basic handstand, one thing that you can play with that I want to introduce is this idea of breaking the line. So the most efficient, the most aesthetic handstand, you want to have the lockout, the fingers and wrist are controlling the balance. The rest of the body is pretty still and unchanging. This should be the base. This is the kind of handstand you want to work towards. However, I'm using the example standing. So if I'm standing, most of my balance is still coming from my feet, right? My feet give me this arc. I have a few degrees of control. What happens if I go past it? Either I've fallen, or I can change the shape of my body. Got a knee pop there. And I can use that to lower my center of gravity, and now I have a greater degree of control. What's the drawback of this? It takes more strength, it takes more energy. If I'm just standing, I don't really have to have a lot of leg strength. If I do something like that, I have to be able to squat, which involves a lot more leg power. Not only do I have to be able to squat, I still have to come back up and find that position again. So you have to have enough understanding of what your line is, what your position is, that you can come back, that you can break it and then return. Now, I think this is really helpful for understanding it, because it's, you know a lot about a thing when you can destroy it and rebuild it compared to when you just have it. So that's something to think about. But essentially, it's what I would call the second layer of balance. And then there's a third layer of balance as well. But it's whatever control you have with your hands, if you fall outside of that, you still want to have tools in the box to be able to still control and maintain the balance, because it's not going to be perfect every time. And yes, you don't want to have to use your strength, but you still want to have the strength. You want to be able to build it. And if you do need to use it, you still want to have that in your pocket. Different tools for the job, different ways to balance. And then also what this second layer does, it starts to condition you for some of the more advanced movements, because later on you might be working presses to handstand, you might be working handstand push-ups, you might be working hollow back or Mexican handstand. And if you can use these different shoulder and elbow cues to balance, then it's much easier to progress to those more advanced variations. So just something to think about. You may have, quite honestly, I didn't learn to do these kind of balance corrections, but what ended up happening is, because I was fighting for the balance so much, they came naturally because I was just balancing, I was just trying to save myself. But we can break them down into different exercises, different forms, and you can use that to also increase your conditioning, your strength, your shoulder flexibility, your overall awareness, and of course to help you balance better. So next layer of balance. So let's talk about how to correct underbalance. And in this case, the definition is what happens when the weight goes too far into the heel of the hand. The first thing that you should be doing is pushing, digging into the heel. If you go too far, then you're gonna have to essentially close the body, and there's gonna be 3 kind of isolated progressions, and then there are integrations where you can combine multiple joints at once. So the 3 joints we're gonna have are the hips, the elbows, and the shoulders, and these are all things that you can do either if you're falling towards the underbalance, or I'll also show if you kick up and it's too short, you can make that correction so you don't have to do another kick up. So against the wall is simple because also not only are these really good balance exercises, they're gonna make you strong, which is good. That's what we want. So, first one is the hips. We have a little bit of distance from the wall, and this time I actually want to lean weight against the wall. So I'm not balanced. What I'm going to do with the hips is bring my butt forward and then extend. So I'm using this hip motion to bring myself off the wall. I'm still not pushing myself off the wall, but I'm using my hips to do that. And what that looks like freestanding is when I fall towards my heels, I can use my hips. Got to be a little bit quicker when I actually do it freestanding, but I'm using my hips to control that balance, to control that weight distribution. And again, all I'm doing is I'm shortening my body, which allows me to be further off balance and give me more leverage. So this is also great for press handstands because the hips are what really works to create that compression, create the movement, but that's a whole different seminar, so we're not going to get into that today, but it is helpful. So hips, wah, wah. Next is shoulders. So in this case, I planche, I lean forward to bring my feet off the wall, and then I open and bring it back, like that. Really good conditioning drill, even if you just do this without taking your feet off the wall, you're gonna get real strong shoulders from that planche. And you'll also get a better understanding actually of what it is to be closed versus open. So if I do that in my freestanding handstand, it looks like that, right? I bring the shoulders forward, the feet drop, and then I bring it back because I don't just wanna break the balance, I wanna break it to get that control and then come back up. Third one is the elbows. So it's just gonna be a slight dip in the elbows. Again, a lot of people are already doing this by accident because it's normal to do this to lower your center of gravity. However, in this case, I'm doing it intentionally. Same idea, I get into my chest to wall handstand, I bend at the elbows go out for this one until I can take the feet off. And the movement looks like that, it's just a dip in the elbows. And one of the best ways to demonstrate that is actually if I kick short. So if I kick like this, that was not a full handstand. But I can bend my arms to save the kick. And yes, it took more energy than just kicking accurately like I should have, but I also didn't have to do another kick, which is nice to have if maybe there's an audience watching me, I only have one chance to do it, I want to have different ways to save it. So you have these 3 corrections, right? Hips, shoulders, and elbows. And you can do it by actually falling out of a handstand and trying to correct yourself to do that movement. Or you can do what I just showed you is if I intentionally kick short, I can use these movements to still find the handstand. It takes a bit of practice, but it's a way that you can play with versatility because now I have the accuracy of kicking up to a good handstand, but also I have the versatility to know that if I don't quite make it all the way up, I still have options to correct myself and get into that position. So fantastic way to build strength, but also fantastic way to get that versatility of balance. So I'm not just balanced here, I get all of this extra space. So it just broadens your whole understanding of the ability to balance. So you have two directions that you can fall, right? You have under balance, falling towards the heels, or over balance, which is falling towards the fingers. The under balance, second layer of balance, is actually a little bit more simple because you close your body. Body closes pretty easily. When you fall towards the fingers, it's a bit more tricky because you have to open your body. And essentially, if I'm falling towards my heels, how do I change that balance? Well, my center of mass goes back, so I move my center of mass forward using my hips. Now, what that looks like in a handstand is this, and I'll show you against the wall and freestanding, but essentially I'm opening my shoulders, opening my chest, going into this back arch and bringing it back. It's a bit more challenging compared to some of the other drills, but it's also a great way to build active flexibility. It's a great way to get a stretch, right? If you're one of those people who are tight in the shoulders, it's a very powerful stretch and handstand opening drill, and it's also something that leads into the hollow back or Mexican handstand, which is another more advanced exercise that you can do later on. So, going into my wall handstand, a little bit of distance, leaning against the wall. So how do I come off the wall? I can't use my fingers because I'm too far, so I take my center of mass and I bring it back behind the heel of my hand, and then I come back with my shoulders. So this movement, not very easy to do, even harder to do it in balance, but again, it allows you to have that extra layer of control. You can also do something like this, where you kind of scorpion banana, right? Changing the shape, lowering the center of mass, and then bringing it back. So a little bit more tricky than the underbalance, but it is still something to practice. And we have to do it, of course, in the freestanding. So if I'm falling, that was underbalance. So if I'm falling in the overbalance, see, I take my shoulders, and as my center of mass goes forward, I take my shoulders in the opposite direction and I bring it back so I can save it. Or if I kick too far, I can use that as a brake. I can use that to control it so I don't have to do a bailout. So if I were to kick so hard that I had to bail out, I can also, right, use my shoulders to catch it. Now you do have to be a little bit careful if you have more hypermobile shoulders because it can be a compromising position. So just if you're going a little bit faster, especially with these kind of dynamic moves, just be careful. Play it safe, go slow with this one, and really develop that control of taking the shoulders behind the heel of the hand, finding your balance, and then slowly straightening up and finding that original center. So pretty challenging exercise, but it's useful, and it's, again, another tool in the box. So instead of just being able to balance here, you have further degrees of control that allow you to catch your balance in different ways and be able to bring it back. And the more versatility you have, the more degrees of control you have, the better it's going to be. So, essentially, there are different ways that you can save the balance, but as I mentioned, you want to have different tools in the box. You want to have different ways to do it. So if you're off balance to a certain degree, what I actually showed right now was a combination of a few different joints. So I basically did a combination of all of the underbalance, where I had shoulders, elbows, and hips all closing. Because you never know what's going to happen. Maybe someone wants to push you. Maybe a giant gust of wind wants to knock you over. So the more versatility you have, the more strength you have, the more solid you're going to be in your balance. You still want to have the technique as your primary priority, because a good technique, good alignment is what allows you to hold it longer. But you want to be strong enough and versatile enough that you can break that technique and break that alignment in different ways. And essentially what you can start doing is, these are progressions for handstand push-ups, progressions for Mexican handstand or hollow back handstand. But if I go a little bit further,
So now I'm doing a combination of shoulders and elbows, right? I had a closed shoulder angle and my elbows rotated in. So I'm basically using that handstand push-up to save my balance. And I'm not trying to do a handstand push-up right now, but it's what's naturally happening because I'm trying not to come down, right? Against the wall, what I can do is just add more distance, right? And now I have to go further. I have to include multiple joints. What if I go even further? Then I might have to add, that's probably about my, so I have to add my hips as well. And even if I can't come up, because that does take a lot of strength, even just that negative, just being able to catch it, it's gonna build more strength, more versatility, more power on the hands. Overbalance doesn't quite work that way because your body is only gonna open so much. So it's like, yeah, you can use your shoulders and your knees, but eventually you are gonna be limited basically by your spine and shoulder flexibility. So that's something where it gets a little bit more extreme. But you have these options and you can start to combine different joints. And the idea here is, again, different methods to balance and different angles. So the hands allow you to balance at this arc, right? Very precise. The shoulders allow you a little bit more. Shoulders and elbows allow you a little bit more. Shoulders, elbow, hips, it allows you to take your center of mass further away from your balance, and because you're getting lower, you can still be on balance and bring it back. And is it completely necessary for a handstand practice? Not at all, but it's fun. It's just a little bit of extra thing that you can work on to increase your control, increase your versatility. And again, I don't know how far you want to go in your handstand. If you want to end it at just a basic, solid, straight handstand, fantastic. But if you want to go further, this is a good way to start to develop that coordination for those skills I mentioned, which are going to be handstand push-up, press handstand, hollow back handstand. And if you can control the balance at the same time that you're coordinating these shoulder and elbow and hip movements, you're going to be way ahead of the curve when you start to actually focus on these movements. So yeah, how far can you go off balance? Whoopah! Can you save it? Can you bring it back up? What is your control like? Just a way to add some fun to the practice and change it up, increase your versatility, increase your control, and increase your overall ability to balance. So I hope you enjoyed the course. I enjoy sharing my knowledge because it's something that took me many years to acquire, and I'm glad when people can learn it faster than me. There are so many things that I wish I would have known, and there's a lot of information that I wish would have been out there when I was starting. Again, I started with a lot of these old school strongman books. The instruction was very minimal. Do a handstand. Did you know that you can do a handstand? Cool, you should try it. Here's a photo of me doing a handstand. Here's a photo of other people doing a handstand. So it's like minimal instruction, but it tells you it's possible. But it's nice to have a path to follow because it's less frustrating. And I went through so much frustration. I don't regret it. I know that I could have been better if I had better instruction, but at the same time, it helped me a lot as a teacher and helped me to really appreciate this idea of skill-based fitness. So I do hope you enjoyed the course. I hope you learned something from it. I hope you can apply that into your practice. I hope you can use it to learn a handstand, and even better, I hope you can use it to also help other people learn a handstand, because I think it's a better world with more people going upside down. Like, why wouldn't you want to learn it? But as I mentioned, you do have to put in the work. Some people don't want to put in the work. That's okay. It's not for everyone. But in general, what does it take to learn a handstand? What do you need to know? What lessons can you learn? And then when you can do it, it's a really cool feeling because it's like you have this control of your body. You can even be elitist about it if you want, honestly, right? I'm in the 1%. Who in this room can do a handstand? I can. Feeling good about that. Walking down the street, who can do a handstand? Can that guy do a handstand? Doubt it. I doubt it. And it really is. It's a small percentage of people that can actually do it. I'm not saying that you should be elitist about it because everyone's got their own path. Everyone's got their own skills. Everyone knows and can do something that you can't do. But at the same time, it's a really cool achievement, and you did this. Right?
even if I helped you, even if you took a course, even if you took lessons, which are all very helpful, it's still something that you achieved on your own. So it's a check mark. You can check that off your bucket list. You did the thing. You can go further if you want. It's a way to easily impress people, right? People are impressed by just a very solid basic handstand. And sometimes that's even more impressive than the more advanced skills that are a lot harder. But where should you be at the end of this course? Basically the goal, and this is, again, it's one milestone that you hit, and it could be the end of your journey, could be the beginning of a more advanced journey. So freestanding handstand, consistent, anywhere from 30 to 60 seconds. When you have that, then you can intentionally do a handstand. And then another thing to think about, I briefly touched on this during the course, is imperfect conditions. So what you can do repeatedly is what you can actually do. So getting this 30 to 60 second handstand, but on a windy day, in the rain, with people watching you, not aligned with the North Pole, whatever, but being able to do it basically at any time under different conditions. Great skill to have. Doesn't matter if you're an acrobat, doesn't matter if you're a gymnast, doesn't matter. Anyone can learn a handstand, anyone can benefit from it. And yeah, I believe in you. I think you can do it. I'm not really that type of motivational coach, but if you don't think you can do it, you're wrong. You just, you gotta put the work in. You gotta put your head down, one step at a time, chisel away at the marble. It's not going to look like a fancy statue the first day, but as you continue to put in the work, it's going to look like something. And even if, right, because I had this kind of heart-to-heart with myself, even if I could never do a handstand again, there are so many lessons I learned from that process that I could apply to everything else that I do. And it's helped me to be able to learn a lot of other things. So I have a lot of appreciation for the skill, and I have a lot of respect for people who want to learn it and want to put in the work. So other than that, I really hope you enjoyed this course. I hope it gets you more interested in handstands. I hope it gets your friends more interested in handstands. I hope it gets your kids to be doing handstands, and get more people upside down.